Hello, everybody. Ooh, I got a few new members. Steph and Callie, thank you. Wow, that was at 7:34. A couple hours ago you joined. Thank you. You're here. And Ash Bish. Dude, I just realized my camera, my stream, not my camera. The way I would when I look at the camera, it looks like 1080. I always forget like YouTube, you guys are seeing like a blurrier version. But this whole time my settings defaulted back to 480. I had mine on 480 for the longest time. So I was probably really blurry on YouTube. I should be a lot clearer because they finally offered like 1080. I was able to get 1080 to go through StreamYard finally. So I should be really clear. I always see clear on my camera. It's tricky though. It's like if I have guests on too, I always see it like perfect. But YouTube, when they put it out to streaming, it's different. It's weird. Um, it doesn't come across like what you guys are seeing as clear, but it should now. Anyway, so guys, we got a lot to go over. I was debating if I want to make this like a all night live and go through all 600. Well, actually, oh, I thought it was 656. It's 556 pages. It's all new from the state. I know some people have been going through it already, but some of the like Brian and Ashley Banfield and stuff, they just kind of like gave like, a little bit of it, but I want to go through a big chunk of it, guys. I haven't even been through a lot, like early, pretty much any of it myself because I just got it today. So I haven't had time to go through it. So I figured I'll go through it with you guys. I was gonna skip. I mean, I want to eventually go through everything, but I was gonna start halfway through when they start doing the going over the Brian Kohberger stuff. Am I on mute? No. Okay. Yay, you made it. Um, yeah, so I was gonna skip and then maybe go back. They have all kinds of stuff. They have interviews from the only sucky thing is they have every name redacted. So a lot of the times you in context, we're gonna have to try to figure out who they interviewed because like every single name so far that I've skimmed through is redacted. So all the statements, they don't have the names of anybody. So we have to guess who the heck they're talking about. So yeah, it's kind of obvious when they're talking about the roommates and stuff. But like some of these people that are like, they saw them that night, they saw them at the grub truck, all this stuff. It's like you kind of have to like we're probably gonna be leave here not knowing who half the people are. I don't know why they're not minors. I mean, I don't understand why they can't tell us their names, at least some of them I could see if it's like if it was like a name where somebody was like accusing somebody of it, you know what I'm saying? Like saying something like negative about like, oh, I think it's this guy. I could see redacting that name, but if they're just like reading it, it's like, oh, I'm friends with Maddie and I saw her that day or blah blah blah. Like, why do they need to redact it? I don't know. But they do, so we're gonna have to guess. Um, okay, so how you guys how many of you guys that clocked in at 12? How many of you guys have saw this document? It's 556 pages. It's new. It just came out like let me take a sip of this. Yeah, but Cicely, it's not accusing any of these people of doing anything. That's what I'm saying. I understand if it's like something that somebody's trying to say, oh, we think that they're involved or something like that, or this person was acting weird. But I'm talking about like if it's just like a friend where it has nothing to do with like they're not even going to be on the radar of any. You know what I'm saying? Is not have anything to do with them being involved. But I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's what I don't understand. Like if it's a friend or, I mean, I've never seen that was a case where they redact names like that, unless if they're minors. This is the first. I'm trying to think. I feel like this might be the first time where like I've seen it where they've redacted every single name. This might be. I don't think it's that common that they do that. Um Now a lot of us, depending on the situation, will redact the last name. It depends. When you have a channel, you can kind of like feel out like what's going to be accepted by YouTube and what's not as far as doxing. That's why like I know some people are like, well, sometimes you show names, sometimes you don't. it comes with experience of what you know that YouTube will accept and not. And sometimes we screw up and we get videos taken down because we go by like, oh well, last time you let that go. So there's reasons why sometimes I could show somebody's last name and sometimes I can't. It's not because I'm playing favoritism or like, oh I'm like friends with him or I'm like, oh, I'm scared of him or being a coward or anything like that. It has nothing to do with that. It all has to do with keeping the video up so the YouTube doesn't take it down and you kind of learn who, what you could do and what you can't, who's going to give you problems and who isn't. So that's all that's about. But anyway, okay. So let's do this. All right. It's funny, Mimi. You crack me up because you sit there and you bash me for why do you only talk about Wade? And then you come in my Brian Kohberger case and you ask about Wade stuff. But then if I'm doing a Wade video, you'll come and be like, oh my God, you're doing Wade again. So I'm not even gonna answer your question. Bye. Okay, so I know your game. I know your game. Okay. Let's do this. I'm gonna start on page 269. We'll go back up to we'll kind of mix it because I haven't read these. So, but I did scroll down because I was kind of seeing like where does it start with Brian Kohberger stuff, and it starts about halfway through. I mean, what do you guys want to do? I feel like that might be interesting to start where it's like going over people that knew him and what they think. We'll start there. We're not gonna. I will probably end up having to do this in 2 videos, but let's do it. Okay. Oh, thanks, Jahara. Yeah, the only reason I say that is Mimi, she'll complain about me when I do Wade ones, like, oh my God, doing another Wade one. Why are you doing Wade? All you do is Wade, blah, blah, blah. But then she'll ask about Wade content. It makes no sense. It's like, wait, you bash me because I do Wade content, and now you're begging me about Wade content. So that's why I responded that way. I have no use for people like that. I'm not even gonna I shouldn't even responded to her, but I had to call her out because I seen her comments in the last live before I started. I just had to call it out, but then I'm no more energy is going towards you. Um and yes, it is only on Patreon, so okay. At least the ones that I know that I could depends. Like that's what I'm explaining right now. It depends. Like you learn what you could do on what stuff you can show and what you can't from experience. And like sometimes we do screw up and it's really not our fault as creators because they're not consistent. So like sometimes they'll be okay with something and you're like, wait a minute. The other one was like way worse and that was fine. This isn't. So sometimes this, you know what I'm saying? But you get a gist of kind of the general of what you could show and who you could show and who you can't. All right, let me share my screen. So that's why, if you guys ever wondered, like, why do you sometimes you show names and sometimes you don't? It's all about what YouTube will let. And then sometimes I choose for, if it's like other reasons, but like for the most part, it's all right. Let me take a sip of this. Like, as far as, like, showing phone numbers and addresses and stuff, like, no, like, I understand that. Like, I don't want like, I hate people that go real life, so I get that part. But sometimes, like, if it's, like, public record and a name is in there, I feel like, with the Wade wives, I feel like we should be allowed to show their whole name, but in that situation, it's, not good to do that because most likely your video will get taken down. So it's better to keep your content up and just show the first name. But thank you, Steph. Thank you. Yes. Sorry, I know I'm taking a minute to get into this intro or to get into this stuff, but okay. Let's do it. And I debated whether I should put the watermark. I wasn't going to, but then I'm like, oh, I don't know. A lot of people do. I know I feel bad. Here's the thing, I feel bad putting my watermark on, even if I do get it, like, if I don't have if it's free, I always feel like I should like, if it's free and I got it for free, like, I feel like I shouldn't put my watermark on it, but it still does take energy to get it, I guess. But so that's why I was like, "Ah, I don't know if I wanna put it on there because I didn't have to pay for this." Yeah, I got it myself, but I didn't have to pay, but, uh, oh well. I put it really light, so okay, so let's do this. Um, you're rude, me. I saw your messages last time. Could you see what you were complaining about me covering Wade, but then you come in here asking about Wade? If you can't see how ridiculous that is, then I don't know. If you can't see how you complaining about me covering Wade and then coming in my Brian Kohberger case and asking about Wade stuff after your last messages you were complaining, then yeah. I saw your comments before the live on the last one. So, um, okay, let's do this. I'm gonna just start here, and like I said, and we can always go back up. But I just thought I'd start with the Brian Coverter stuff just right now and just kind of go from there. Okay, so here in, like I said, all the names are redacted, but we have on Monday, January 6th, 2023, Idaho State Police Senior Detective Gary Tolson, along with ISP Senior Detective Sean Prosser, interviewed somebody. Wait, hold on a second. I thought this was supposed to start at 266. Hold on, let me make sure I started at the right. I thought his stuff. Oh, that's why I was gonna do that. I was gonna start at 266 for some reason, so let me just start here. Okay, so November 19th, 2022, Joe Lake conducted a search as a part of a lawfully obtained search warrant. Um, FBI, tactical special. Okay. Sees crime scene. Let's see. Victim one, white female. Photographs of Blank's bedroom. It says on November 19th, 2022, at approximately 2:20 p.m., I searched Blank's bedroom with FBI TS Hadaway, while other members of the investigation team, including crime scene lead ISP detective Talbot, were present. Blank's bedroom is the blank located room within the residence. During the time of the quadruple murder, Blank reported she witnessed the murder suspect, later identified as Brian C. Kohberger, at close proximity while she stood at her bedroom doorway. ISP forensic scientists had identified a bloody shoe print outside of Blank's bedroom, so obviously we could tell that this is Dylan, believed to be Kohberger. Upon entering Blank's room, I photographed the bedroom with an emphasis upon her wall hangings and artwork. While conducting a search of her bedroom, the following items were noted and seized. See Detective Talbert's evidence forms. The bedroom, um, the bedroom had a low amount. I thought this was kind of interesting. I did skim this one. It said the bedroom had a low amount of alcohol compared to the other first and second level bedrooms within the residence. There is a myriad of personal items, notebooks, and textbooks consistent with a college student. Artwork of blank with an emphasis upon the blank, which we know from the other freaking reports where they didn't redact that, eyes with emphasis on the eyebrows. Remember? She had them on her pinned on her board. That's why they thought, like, did she really see bushy eyebrows, or did she, like, not on purpose, but because she had eyebrows and eyes all over her room with emphasis on eyebrows, like, did that make her think she saw him? Remember that whole thing? So, they were pinned on cork boards along with blank from magazines. A letter from blank sorority, blank, later confirmed to be blank, was in a clear plastic bag or plastic shoebox within the bedroom closet. A blank was located on the vanity within the bedroom. A sorority blank was located in a black backpack, which was under the bed. I concluded the bedroom search at approximately 3:50. I think I wanted to start there because I thought that was interesting about the alcohol. They made a comment. So, I mean, we saw Xana's room enough where, yeah, there was alcohol, like, there was a case of beer and beer bottles everywhere and stuff in the rolled up dollar bill. Now, Maddie's room, I didn't see any beer, but we didn't see like anything besides like the corner of the bed right there and the floor right there. So then there must have been. But I wonder, Dylan would have had time to take stuff out. Like if she got a little bit like, oh, let me take some of this out, like this stuff out of my room. I don't know. Is she Yeah, because she would have not been 21 yet, right? So she might have been nervous. Would she have been 21? Would she be nervous having alcohol in her room because she was underage? I don't know. She could have taken it out. No big deal. I'm not accusing her of doing anything bad, but she could have removed it, before they came. Okay, so it says Idaho State Detective Joe Lake was assigned. Let's see, the victim. I'm going to skip all this. It's just talking about the team right here. Okay. Okay. So this is where I started. So I'm going to reread this again right here. It says, Senior Detective Sean Prosser interviewed blank. Okay. The interview is conducted on the blank in the blank room blank. The interview was recorded with blank's knowledge and permission. So blank told us that he had contact with Brian Kohberger because Brain. They put brain. Oh my lordy. But anyway, Brian Kohberger, because Kohberger was a student seeking a criminal justice doctorate at blank. They had met several times to discuss requirements for Kohberger's doctorate studies. They also met twice in social settings, once at a barbecue, blank, for the new students, and a holiday Christmas event at the college. He described Kohberger as socially awkward around people. He did not see any other behavior he thought was odd, but did tell us that Kohberger was removed from blank because of his rudeness and unprofessional behavior toward other students and college professors. Blank suggested to speak to blank about complaints others had against a Kohberger. Blank is the blank. Uh, um, I transferred the recorded interview to a compact disc and turned in the disc over to Moscow Police Department. I misquoted the date of the interview, the recording. I said December 9th, when in fact it was January 9th. Okay. Let me make sure. Yeah, that's right. Hi, by the way. I didn't even get to say hi. I'm sorry. I shouldn't even have. Um, hey Deb. Okay, hi. I'll say hi on breaks. I'm sorry. I gave somebody else my energy and didn't even say hi to people. Okay. Okay, so he interviewed blank in connection with her knowledge and interactions with Brian Kohberger. The interview took place at blank. So this is some woman now that knew Brian that they're going to interview. Okay. It says on January 9th, 2023 at about, so it'd be 2:05 p.m. Idaho State Police Detective Sean Prosser, along with ISP Detective Gary Tolson, interviewed blank in connection with her knowledge and interactions with Brian Kohberger. The interview took place at blank, um, in Pullman, Washington. Also present during the interview was Washington State Assistant Attorney General Adam Malcolm. Sorry. Prior to the start of the interview, Blank confirmed she was happy for the interview to be recorded. This recording was subsequently downloaded to a CD and provided to the Moscow Police Department evidence section. She's employed blank. She has held this position for approximately redacted. During the normal course of her duty, she regularly interacted with Kohberger. This occurred during new student course orientation, course functions, and other course related activities. Additionally, Kohberger was present at blank during an early semester student meet and greet barbecue. Blank's position also requires she interacts with students to discuss course options and any issues students might have. This includes students' interactions with faculty members and other students. As a result, she is a repository for complaints made by students. She described her initially interactions with Kohberger as ordinary, noting he came across as lonely. She is also from Kohberger's home state of Pennsylvania, and Kohberger would strike up conversations about hiking in the local area. As weeks progressed, Kohberger would hang out in the hallways of blank and her office. She described Kohberger as creepy, and he would simply stand at her desk and stare at her or her coworker. And then she says her coworker's name. At one stage, blocking the coworker in her desk area. Wow. He would also follow them out to their cars at the end of the day. His continued behavior resulted blank arranging blank to meet at 1700 hours after work to escort them to their cars. Wow. So that'd be at 5 o'clock when they get off work. Okay, so blank said complaints from faculty members, administration staff, and other students was referred to the blank. These complaints referenced his rude and belittling behavior toward women and his unprofessional rude dealings with his blank. This resulted in a mandatory training class for all graduate students regarding behavior expectations. She said during Kohberger's attendance at this class, he sat at the back with his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. Wow. Blank said in total, 9 complaints had been filed against Kohberger. Refer to the recording for greater detail. Case continues. During the recording, the date noted was incorrectly stated as December. It should have been January. Okay. On January 9th, they conducted an interview of blank, date of birth 95. The interview took place in Pullman, Washington, in reference to meeting Brian at a pool party on July 9th, 2022. It's probably that interview. I've seen it. I don't remember what was on a video where I think this what was a girl and a guy he met at the pool party, 2 different people that did an interview. Well, let's see who this is, if it's one of them. One he exchanged the girl, remember he exchanged phone numbers with her, but she never went out with him. On January 9th at 12:15, Sergeant conducted an interview of blank. The interview took place at Pullman. It was in reference to okay. When she met Kohberger, they had a brief conversation about hiking interest in the area. Yeah, I remember her. She told Kohberger she had a hiking group she could introduce him to, and the two exchanged phone numbers. She could not recall if Kohberger was drinking at the pool party. Nothing in particular stood out about Kohberger. After the homicides, Blank searched her phone, remembering Kohberger had sent her text. The text was as follows: "Hey, I'm pretty sure we spoke about hiking trips yesterday. I really enjoy that activity, so please let me know. Thanks." Blank believed an individual named Blank invited Kohberger to the pool party. For further details, refer to the recording. Okay. This is January 9th, 2 p.m. They another interview reference to knowledge of Brian Kohberger. On January 9th at approximately 2 p.m., they interviewed in reference to Brian. He was a graduate student and blank at blank working in the blank program. She was a fellow colleague of Kohberger and hadn't blank to his. Hadn't had an something something to his. She was also working on a project with Kohberger in a limited capacity. I think maybe she had like an office with him or something. The project was a part of a division of governmental studies and services. She had limited interactions with Kohberger while working with DGSS. One interaction was on a Zoom call, the other was a follow up question concerning the project. She first met Kohberger August in her office. 2 other graduate students were present. He told her he was from Pennsylvania and he enjoyed hiking. They also spoke about his field of study. Offender decision making. Oh, that's his field of study. Offender decision making. He was particularly interested in how emotion played a role in how offenders make decisions. Throughout the semester, she would routinely discuss criminal justice topics with Kohberger. They discussed the use of alcohol and the effects of marijuana on society. He told her he was not a drinker and did not understand why people drank. She said Kohberger really liked to discuss research and he liked to dominate the conversations. She described him standing in the doorway and hovering. She never felt uncomfortable around him. He had a macho demeanor about him and would appear to be puffed up. Why could I see him doing that? I feel like I've seen him, like, puff up a little bit like that or something, you know what I'm saying? Like, act like I don't know. I must have seen him somewhere when in court or something. The only thing she felt was off about Kohlberger was his intense stare. He would intensely stare at people even when he wasn't having a conversation with that person. She described having a conversation with him in her office. She tried to end, and he would not stop talking. She told him she was leaving because she wanted to avoid getting a parking violation. She walked out, and he continued to talk to her while she was walking to her car. She did not have any relationships with him outside of school. She could not recall seeing him much after the homicides. She was aware of an issue he had with a blank named Blank. He was perceived by female classmates as dominant and disrespectful to female instructors. Oh. At one point, Blank had come into her office crying because of a classroom discussion Koberger was having with her. His behavior could be described as possibly sexist. He really did not like to be interrupted. She could not relate any instances where empathy would have been used during their conversations. She did say he seemed very uptight and serious. He wanted to come off as intelligent. Her understanding was Koberger wanted to continue in academia and possibly become a professor. She did recall one other staff pulled her aside and made her aware of a possible issue with him stalking another member of the staff. An incident took place where he asked out the other staff member and had followed that individual outside to her car. A report was filled with the Office of Civil Rights. The blank he had asked out was blank. She was shocked the homicides happened. In her hindsight, the homicides may have taken place because he had been rejected by someone. She had no knowledge of Koberger talking about the homicides. At approximately 2:22, the interview concluded. Okay, so it's another one. Interview with somebody with date of birth of 2000. Okay, January 9th at 3:04. The interview took place at Moscow Police Department. Blank contacted the Moscow homicide tip line to report she had observed Koberger with bloody knuckles. She saw the knuckles just prior to the homicides. The hands look really beat up like he was hitting something. She was enrolled as a graduate student with Washington State University in the blank program. She had blank with Koberger. She did not like Koberger. They did not share the same focus of study. She recalled Koberger talking constantly during their blank class. He would pick fights with other classmates. She described an argument where blank left the class upset. He had heard he had an incident with a female professor where Koberger disagreed with the grade he was had been given. Koberger went to a male professor to complain about the grade. The female professor was blank. She described Koberger as weird, but he had never threatened her. In one instance after class, Koberger and her were alone. When she was trying to leave the classroom, he blocked her exit. She described him blocking her with his physical stance. Koberger said they should meet up sometime and talk about her professional career. She felt like he just wanted to keep the discussion going even though class was over. After the homicides, Koberger stopped bringing the cell phone to class and started bringing a laptop. She never saw Koberger using the laptop. Prior to the homicide, she noticed him always using his phone because he was very studious. She believed he would take notes on the phone. She described a change in his appearance after the homicides. He would normally be clean shaven and neatly dressed. After the homicides, he would come to class with facial hair and his dress would be disheveled. He also started wearing a thick blue coat that he never took off during a 3-hour class. The weather did not really call for a heavy coat. She described Koberger engaging regularly in classroom discussions. After the homicides, the topics was discussed during class. So she's talking about the homicide was discussed. She thought it was odd Koberger never participated in the discussions about the Moscow homicides. Koberger continued to engage in other discussions and appeared to be more cheerful. She did not know anything about Koberger outside of class. Kohberger was always playing the devil's advocate in class. During the semester, students were required to read 4 books. The third book they were required to read was a book about DNA evidence. She recalled Kohberger being heavily involved in the discussions about the book in class. Kohberger was at a department bar outing, or wait, he was at a department bar outing at a downtown bar in Pullman. The outing occurred in October. Kohberger purchased a bottle of wine and drank the entire bottle. I thought he just said he didn't like drinking or didn't understand drinking. Let me take a sip of this real. Have you guys read these yet? How many people have read these documents so far or seen them? I'm sure you probably heard some of them, but probably not all of them. These ones or no that I'm reading so far? Yeah, I was originally here's the thing, I was before I got these documents, I was originally gonna go over all that stuff, the interview that, with those people that the investigators on his cell phone and stuff, but then I got this, and I was like, "Man, I need to go over this." Maybe we could go back and forth if I need a break from excuse me, from, reading, I could play, like, a video where they interviewed them about, like, his, s like, his shirtless selfies. Wonder if those are gonna become public. Oh my god. Anyway, where are we at? So when he drank the entire bottle, she was aware of a running tally some of the female students had. The tally tracked his tardiness to female instructor led classes versus male instructor led classes. The tally showed he was constantly late to female instructor classes and never late to male instructor classes. Wow, that's interesting. When I hired this, now it's higher. I can't get it down. Hold on. Oh, I guess that's as low as it. Huh. Anyway. All right. I feel like that's a little higher. My head, like I have to look up higher. That's crazy though. He was never late to the male instructor, but late to female. She was not aware of other blank requesting escorts out of the building. Of the other wait. She was not aware of other blank requesting escorts out of the building because they feared Kohberger. At approximately 3:25, the interview ended. Okay. State police, let's see. They interviewed blank, date of birth 1989 at blank, Idaho, where he was employed. An email tip had been sent to the Moscow Police Department requesting detectives to investigate the whereabouts of a subject, most likely to be blank, on November 12th and 13th, 2022, due to his lengthy behavior issues and his living within close proximity to the 1122 King Street. Moscow officers were able to provide information regarding blank, including his current employer. So wait, this might be somebody else that they're talking about. Somebody called in and said somebody was suspicious, like who, but we don't know because they redacted. Hold on a second though. I took notes. Let me put this over here so I could look at them. There we go. 279. Okay. So on November 18th, 2022, so that would be 5 days after the murders. Um, so they emailed after a tip, okay, because somebody provide let's see, due to his lengthy behavior issues, Moscow were able to provide information regarding blank, including his current employer. Blank agreed to sit down to an interview at 12. The interview was audio recorded. Blank did not know anything about the homicides on November 13th. Blank said he did not know any of the victims. Blank had not heard anything around town and was only familiar with the case based on what has been released on the news. Now remember, this isn't about Brian. This is about somebody else that somebody had called in a tip about, okay? It's redacted, so we don't know, but it's somebody that lives close to the King Road house, and because what did they say? His lengthy behavior issues and living in close proximity. Okay. So he's saying that he doesn't know anything about the victims, hadn't heard anything around town, was only familiar with the case based on what has been released on the news. He confirmed he lived on blank near the area where the homicides occurred. Blank said he was at the blank church during the evening hours on November 12th until 2200 hours. That's 10 o'clock till 10 o'clock. Following activity night at the church, blank from the church returned to his apartment where he remained until going to the blank center on November 13th at 12. So, blank was alone at his apartment. He works on computers and watches movies while at his apartment. He initially heard about the homicide at work. He did not hear or see anything unusual on November 12th near his apartment. He seemed truly concerned about the homicides and wished he had more information. Said he does not spend time around the Greek community. He worked Tuesdays through Fridays at 9:30 till close. Has a history degree from University of Idaho, but has not been involved with the university recently. So, okay, this is they interviewed blank 19 date of birth 96 at his apartment at blank Moscow, Idaho. Blank was identified by Moscow Police Department officers as a suspect in a 2022 incident in which he verbally threatened female University of Idaho students on a sidewalk. He's 26 at the time, at least. He was 26, so now he'd be older. Yeah, like almost what 29, 30 or something. Okay. On November 18th, Detective Leslie Lehman interviewed blank at his apartment. Oh, this is repeats. It repeats that beginning. Okay, at 12:40, I located blank at his apartment and he agreed to come out and speak to me. The interview was not audio recorded. Blank said he was at work at blank until 23, so about 11:30 um p.m. on 11/12. So that night, he was at work till 11:30. Blank met with his girlfriend, blank blank, at John's Alley Bar. Blank was unsure of times in the early morning hours after leaving the bar, but confirmed a Moscow Police Department officer gave blank and him a ride to blank's apartment due to her amount of intoxication. So they're saying Moscow Police Department officer gave blank and him a ride. Okay. Blank walked home from blank's apartment and remained in his apartment. So him and a girl got a ride home to her apartment, but then he walked to his apartment, it sounds like. Waking at so he woke up around 1 or 2 on November 13th and said something was in the apartment with him. So somebody was in the apartment with him and was still there sleeping when blank left in the afternoon hours on November 13th. Blank said he learned of the homicides from the news and from others in the area. He did not know the victims and did not spend time with the college students. Removed his sweatshirt, showing me his arms and a neck. There were no marks on his arms or neck or face. So now we got on November 23rd, they got DNA swabs collected from blank, birthday in 1983. November 23rd, okay, the swabs were collected by a pathologist during the autopsy. Oh, this was one of the victims then, right? Wait, during autopsy. Due to blanks wait, hold on. The swabs were collected by pathologist during blank's autopsy. Due to blank's unusual behavior leading up to his death, Ricardo and his staff felt necessary to secure his DNA sample and provide it for the Moscow homicide investigators. What? So somebody that died? What am I'm not following this. Let me see. I immediately transported the package swabs from Spokane and delivered them to Moscow. The photographs I took to show a chain of custody have been saved to a disk and will be given to MPD for the attachment to this supplement. What do you guys make out of that? Collected by during Blank's autopsy due to the unusual behavior leading up to his death. So somebody died and he had unusual behavior, so they wanted to take his DNA because they might are they thinking maybe there's some kind of connection? I don't know. Interesting. Never first time I heard that. I don't even know who else. Ah, you're right. You're right. Yes. And he was acting unusual before his death. Thank you. Thank you. You're totally right, I guarantee. Is his birthday in when was his birthday? Wait, where 83? Would that be right? You're right. That's I bet you that's what it is. And then all that talk, everybody thinking because Brian mentioned him in the car, like, and I mean, it is kind of odd, in Washington, which is basically right next door to Moscow. It's not far that happened, like not that long after. So that's yeah. See, they did their due diligence. I mean, people saying like, I mean, look, they're looking at every angle. So this is actually is good that they're looking at that they did look at this stuff, that they got his DNA. Yeah. You guys, do people in chat want to explain who Brent is real quick? So Jocelyn or anybody that don't know, while I continue, um, they'll explain it to you in chat. Jocelyn, um, okay, where are we at? Okay, so we did that. So now we have they interviewed blank, birthday 2003, in continuation of the homicide investigation in Moscow. Blank's name was reported via the tip program as a person who knew Ethan and was described as odd. I called blank, who agreed to come to the ISP District 1 office to be interviewed. Okay, let's see what he says. Interviewed blank in continuation. Okay, that's going to say the same thing. Okay. They began the interview at 1:53 p.m. Blank said he was no longer attending the University of Idaho as he was preparing to leave North Idaho to join the Navy. He confirmed his current address, and blank was roommates and blank with blank blank, who was blank, reporting the unresponsive person at 1122. Oh, so wait, he was roommates and blank with blank blank, who was who was blank reporting. So wait, one of the one of the people, could it be Hunter or it could even be a female? So he's roommates with one of the people that was there reporting the unresponsive people. So it could be Hunter, it could be one of the girls. So that's what I'm getting. He's roommates with that person, right? Blank said that he spent a great deal of time at the apartment. Blank said he blank and blank's girlfriend and blank are close friends with victims Xana, Bernardo, and Ethan. It's Hunter and his girlfriend. I bet you is what this guy's roommates with Hunter. I bet you. Is that what you guys are getting from this too? Anyway, blank said there are many members of the U of I Greek community who spent time in that 1122 King Street apartment eating and partying. Blank said the apartment was frequented by blank and blank. Blank was a member of the blank, but he had dropped during the first week of his year. He was still active in Greek groups, including he lived at in Moscow and were said he had gone to Mexico following the murders and was now in Boise. Huh. That seems kind I'm not saying it has anything to do with it, but, like, you have this murder and then you go to Mexico, that's, like, the most suspicious thing, like, to go out of the country, I'm not saying that it's just a coincidence, but, you always see movies or like, "Oh, go to Mexico," because it's the closest to get out of the country to anyway, but I'm not saying that. I totally confidently believe they got the right guy. It's Brian. Brian is the monster that did this. Okay. All right. Sorry. So he went to Mexico following the murders and is now in Boise. They're still residing at the apartment in Moscow. So I think they're saying that his roommates they're still there. Um, On November 12th, Blank said he was staying in Blank with his father so he could purchase a new phone. He went back to Moscow on November 13th, driven by his father. He arrived back at his apartment at 8 a.m. The early drive to Moscow was not unusual for his father due to his work schedule. Blank and his father bought groceries and Blank was dropped off. Blank spent the morning catching up with Blank and Blank's boyfriend. Um, Blank and Blank. The group was saying goodbye to Blank, who was leaving at 11 hours to transfer to Boise for graduate school. Blank said he was hanging out on the couch when Blank said he was going to check on Blank and Blank at their apartment. Blank said Blank girlfriend and Blank went with him to the 1122 King Street apartment. Blank lived, did not know why Blank was going to check on Blank and was not told who asked Blank to go to the apartment. Shortly after he left, the police activity in the area began. He last saw Xana approximately 3 days prior to November 13th at Blank's apartment, confirming he left for Blank on the Wednesday after prior to the murders. Blank saw Chapin the same day as Coronado and also played internet games with Chapin and Blank on November 12th at 18:30 hours before everyone went out. He considers himself an acquaintance of Madison Mogan and Kaylee and did not know them very well. He does not think he is on social media with any of the victims, but would be in pictures of a trip to Priest Lake with Chapin. He was in the King Street apartment in the early part of the week of the 7th of November, and he's been in several rooms within the apartment. He texted Chapin after he learned of reports of an incident, but did not have any communication with any of the victims in the 48 hours leading up to the homicides. He could not speak to any knowledge of the victim's feelings unsafe. He said there were fistfights in his apartment complex and in the parking lot. He witnessed two of the fights. He was involved in one which an unknown male walked into his apartment and punched him in the face. Other people with the male broke up the fight. He said the fight was in September. He was never seen He has never seen the unknown male or his friends in the area again. He said he kept the door of his apartment locked due to the amount of drunk people around the area. He said he knew most of the people that live in the area of the 1122 King Street and cannot think of anyone who could commit the murders. He knew the backsliding door is always left unlocked, and many people are aware of that at the King Street house. Wow. He is friends with blank and blank, the surviving roommates, so that'd be Bethany and Dylan, at and usually hung out with them in a group of friends. He volunteered DNA samples, and I secured the buccal swabs. The audio of it, okay, so there's audio of all these. A resident of blank sent a lengthy written rant to the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, which was intercepted by Officer Lonan. He was concerned about the rant in blank's proximity to Moscow. Ooh. On December 27th, Detective Lehman received a phone call from Officer Jeremy with the Rochester Police Department. Officer Lonan passed along information in writing received from blank. A resident of the blank sent a lengthy written rant to the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, which was intercepted by Officer Lonan. Lonan was concerned about the rant and blank's proximity to Moscow. Officer Lonan emailed a copy of blank's writing from November 22. The body of the text was mostly incoherent. Officer Lonan said the totality of the writing was over 100 pages and seemed to be written as dated entries like a diary. Huh. Um, I was able to contact blank by the phone on January 5th, 2022. The phone interview was audio recorded. Blank knew I was calling regarding the documents he sent to Rochester Mayo Clinic. Oh, wait, where are we at? Blank confirmed he sends documents to many government entities, attorneys, and law enforcement agencies. Blank seemed to have concerns or delusions regarding electronic devices. Blank was able to maintain the conversation and his speech was clear and understandable. He said he delivered documents to the ISP office in October. No further action was taken. Okay, well, I guess we don't get to see what that is. Says several the supplement is running a report of several contacts I made while conducting this investigation, including blank, the blank, and several citizens contacted during a canvass of Appaloosa Road, Conestoga Stoga Road, Colt Road, Cayusa Drive, and Pinto Drive. November 16th. I called blank and spoke with blank, who agreed to put a request out to the businesses in Moscow requesting video surveillance from the evening of November 12th into the morning of November 13th. It was made via newsletter. November 19th, I spoke via telephone with blank, with the blank. She said that she had already spoken to Moscow police regarding the homicide and said her center did not have a record of any homicide victims visiting her staff. Blank agreed to check with both her staff and the blank regarding reports of stalkers that may have been reported. On November 19th, Trooper Kristen Noah and I canvassed the residential area. And all those streets, the Conestoga, Colt, Cayuse, Pinto, and Appaloosa. Homeowners who had cameras facing the roadway were met with and confirmed that they had reviewed footage from November 12th, 13th, and 13th and could not locate any vehicles due to the cameras not activating. I left blank Appaloosa Road a business card as I could see his camera system from the front walkway of his house. I forwarded an email confirming his review of footage and said there were no vehicles located during the time frame requested. During my canvass, I met blank Conestoga Road. Blank was in a driveway on November 13th between 4 and 5 a.m. working on a vehicle. How close is that? Wow. Blank recalled seeing a dark, larger SUV southbound on Conestoga approximately at 4 a.m. Blank called me on December 16th and left a message reiterating witnessing the SUV. Conestoga, how close is that? Let me look that up really quick. Hold on. I know I remember seeing that road. Conestoga. I just want to see how close it is to. Um, I know it doesn't say exactly where it's at, but Conestoga Road. Let's see. Just want to see like where the road is. Oh shoot, that is important because shoot. Okay. Um, Look, Conestoga. Where did it just go? Oh, right here. It goes here. Dude, remember that he would go around, kept going around, and then he went out. They think he went out through Conestoga, right? I think that's why that sounds familiar because they think he went out through here, I think. And there's Cayuse. Okay, Pinto. Here's all the roads that they were talking about. Let me put that back again. Conestoga. So it goes right here. It's remember he would come down here, so it's one road up. So remember he was doing these loops and then he made a loop around that once, but remember he did this a couple times, like something like that. And then he came out when he left. So yeah. And he's somebody's doing out in the driveway working on their car during between 4 and 5. That would be like prime that'd be the time that you would see something. Wow, that's interesting. Okay. Let me move that back over here. All right. Anyway, okay, so they see a dark SUV, but I mean, I'm sure there was a few cars of people driving to work and driving places, so all right. Um, so they where are we at? Oh wait, it even says, hold on. Recalled seeing a dark, larger SUV southbound on Conestoga. Okay, at approximately 4. Okay. Blank called me on December 16th and left a message reiterating witness in the SUV. Emails exchanged with blank and the message left by blank were placed on a disk and given to Moscow. Okay. I might go back up in a little bit. Like go back up to page 1 because remember we started from page 266. But the first half is more like I think that's where that more other interview of Dylan is somewhere up there. I'm sure you guys probably heard that 'cause like News Nation was going over what that said, which I do want to read it with you guys. If anybody hasn't seen that, it's very interesting. It has extra details of what Dylan says. Has anybody not heard that yet? The interview with Dylan that's on these documents? I mean, it's written. I don't know exactly where it's at. I gotta find it, but I heard it because I watched News Nation. They talked about it, but the reason I didn't start there is, like I said, because that's what's out a lot already. So I figured I'd try to find stuff that maybe they didn't go over yet, but I definitely do want to go over it today sometime. Anybody not though? Okay, so during the period of November 16th, hold on, my lip. I hate this. It seems like in the summer when I get sun, I get this little piece of skin on my lip that just keeps coming. And it's like just enough to bug me that makes me want to get it off. Okay. During the period November 16th through January 7th, Joe Lake performed a triage, telephonic triage interviews of people who associated to the victims and survivors of the November 13th quadruple murder in Moscow. These triage interviews were to determine if an in-person interview would be required. The full interviews conducted were documents in ISP reports and Federal Bureau of Investigation reports. Okay. I don't know why I said it like that. Oh my god. Okay, so this is going to say the same thing from November 16th, January 7th, people associated to the victim and survivors of the quadruple murder in Moscow. The triage telephone interview determined the extent of information the person possessed and if an in-person interview should be conducted. The following is a summary of the triage interviews. On December 7th, I telephoned blank, claimed that she knows Ethan and others and was present at blank's party with her best friend, blank. She believed Ethan wasn't acting like himself and keeping to himself. Blank She later stated she may have mistaken the identity of the person she believed was Ethan. She provided via email a vague video from the party. No evidentiary value was obtained in the video. The provided video is added to evidence of this report. But what I want to know is they didn't make it clear if they're talking about a party that night. Is that what she's saying? There's no date on when that party is. It a party from that night or not? On December 14th, I interviewed telephone. I don't know why they have to say telephonically. I telephonically interviewed blank, explained she has known Kaylee from Coeur d'Alene. I don't know how to say that right, but Idaho. Although blank was a couple of years ahead of Kaylee in school, they were friends I guess it's some sorority, right? Kaylee's blank within the sorority. Kaylee had two sorority blank and blank has worked for blank for the last couple of years. And at the beginning of the 2022 school year, blank helped Kaylee obtain an internship with blank. Blank is a small company, and during Kaylee's internship, she worked within several elements of the company sales, marketing, etc. Her boss was blank, who is based out of Canada. Kaylee was in the pipeline for a full time position, but the official offer had not yet been presented. It is known to blank that Kaylee would be moving to Austin, Texas, and working for the company based out of Texas. Blank had not had regular or routine contact with Kaylee, but they did periodically talk over the past couple years. Blank is unaware of any issues related to Kaylee or the murders. On December 15th, 2022, I spoke with blank. She facilitated victim Kaylee Gonsalves's knowledge about salary negotiations, but did not directly negotiate her salary with blank. Blank believed Kaylee was in a full-time paid intern program at blank and being paid 20 to 27 per hour. She leaned toward the $27 per hour. D during midsummer or D or that's D. They're doing A B C D, sorry. During mid December 2022, I telephoned blank and they had graduated college and currently lives in Tacoma, Washington. She is close friends to Madison, Xana, and Kaylee. Blank's boyfriend is blank from blank. Blank is close to blank. She believes blank is a violent person and provided her version of an incident at a Halloween party when blank was making rude comments about other people and blank's close friend corrected him. Blank's boyfriend, blank, stepped in and was struck by blank. Blank then grabbed him by the hair and threw her to the ground. So then grabbed her by the hair and threw her to the ground. They later reconciled the differences. It was rumored that blank and blank had hooked up in a sexual relationship. She feels blank objectifies women and is a violent person. Wow. On December 16th, I received a tip from Latah County Sheriff Richie Skiles. I telephoned Sheriff Skiles and discussed the tip and the source. The tip stated blank, a former blank department blank, could be responsible for the quadruple murder. I conducted a follow up with Moscow Police Department and obtained telephone information from the MPD. Blank, who had maintained communications with blank, had moved to blank prior to the murders, and telephone communications confirmed blank travels and location. Oh, so it confirmed his travels and location, and he is not a person of interest for this investigation. On December 21st, I telephoned blank. Blank is a blank and friends with victims Ethan and Xana. Blank knew victim Kaylee as a previous neighbor, but were never close. She did not have contact or relationship with victim Madison or the surviving victims or blank. She recalled Ethan always being the funny guy, sorry, always being the funny guy in the room, and Xana knew and was liked by everyone. She had attended the blank party with blank and ran into both Ethan and Xana. They were both in good spirits. She believed Ethan's best friends were blank, blank, and blank, and blank. Believed Xana's best friends were. She had never been to the 1122 King Road residence and doesn't know anyone who would want to hurt the victims. On December 29th, I contacted blank. She stated she has two children who attend Washington and were at Washington State University, and were at the house, 1122 King Road, the night prior to the murders. She would not put me in touch with her children, nor would she provide their full names. The primary communications with her were collected via text messages, which were downloaded and entered into evidence data of this report. An informal in person interview of blank, the blank, the person on scene of the murders was conducted at Moscow Police Department. She expressed concern for repeated media inquiries and online threats. Wait, the blank to the first person on scene. I'm wondering if that's the girlfriend to the first person on scene or something. I don't know. Like, is a Hunter be the first person on scene? And then, or are they talking about like law enforcement first person on scene? Huh. Wait, former one person interview of. Yep. Anyway, she expressed concern for repeated media inquiries and online threats. She's provided contact information for threats. I had received other tips and triaged those tips without any connection to the murders or investigation. Those tips were closed without further action. All right. Oh, here's another classmate of Brian. Okay, good. I wanted to hear more about that. So on January 10th at 10:40, they conducted an interview with the person's date of birth is 96, providing information regarding her interactions with fellow classmate Brian Kohberger. The interview was recorded and she consented to the recording of the interview, provided a number of and said she drives a white some kind of car. She stated first she met Kohberger on campus at a meet and greet for the PhD program cohort. She would later clarify that the event date was August 17th, 2022. She explained she and blank, who both came from the blank together, attended the event together. Blank provided a phone number of blank for blank. After the event, she said she and blank talked about Kohberger. Or wait, yeah, talked about Kohberger and did not really like him based on the interactions with him. She said she tried to give Kohberger the benefit of the doubt as he appeared to be trying to overly impress both of them. She said she invited the whole cohort to her apartment during the second or third week of school. She said it was the University of Iowa versus Iowa State game. Kohberger attended the event but was about 2.5 hours late. About a week after the event, Kohberger began to tell others that she takes others that wait, she began to tell others blank takes blank for blank. Blank suspected Kohberger may have looked in her bathroom cabinet and observed her prescriptions because she does not openly share with others about her medication. So he freaking it's something that some medicine she takes for something. So he went in her medicine cabinet, saw what her medicine was for what, and then went and told people. Wow. She said after her interactions with Kohberger, she began to distance herself from him and heard complaints from other female graduate students about how Kohberger would make them uncomfortable. She said as the semester progressed, there were numerous interactions with Kohberger, staring at students weirdly during class and spatially trapping fellow students in the student offices. She stated when she was not around, Kohberger would spatially trap blank in their offices for long periods of time. She provided a phone number of blank for blank. She stated there was a spiff during class between blank and Kohberger, in which Kohberger was mansplained to blank. Said as the disagreement progressed, blank had the class move on from the topic. During the follow up questioning, blank provided the general context of the disagreement and reported that Kohberger said mansplaining did not exist. She said her closest friends were blank. When Detective Lehman asked her if Kohberger had any friends, she was unaware of anyone. She stated Kohberger would have been the closest with his office mates, blank, who were international students. She stated she assumed Kohberger was helping blank learn English and prepare for the test of English as a foreign language, the TOE. I guess they call it TOE, TOEFL, TOEFL. Oh. During questioning about Kohberger's overall performance in school, she stated she did not think Kohberger was doing very well, as they could get a general idea of everyone's grades through a process of elimination. She said she heard rumors Kohberger stated she was inadequate to grade his papers because she was too foreign. She further stated while she did not know his specific grades, she said she did know Kohberger was not doing well as a TA, teaching assistant, because people complained about not getting enough help from or somebody complained about not getting enough help from both Kohberger and blank. Said about said about halfway through the semester, blank put out a request for graders, which both she and blank applied for and began performing. She said from her limited experience at the college, she thought it was rather unusual for a professor to request additional graders halfway through a semester. When asked about Kohberger's demeanor after November 13th, she said Kohberger's demeanor did change. However, she attributed it to being called out about not being a good TA. She recalled Kohberger smiling at her more. She recalled Kohberger smiling at her more and being more respectful towards her. She said she thought this was occurring because Kohberger was not part of the tight cohort group. When asked, she said she fully anticipated Kohberger returning to school after the end of the semester. During additional follow up questioning of blank, she said Kohberger always wore a puffy coat to class, both prior to and after the homicide. She told us there was a tally board in her office documenting how often the Kohberger was late for class, and she and the fellow students were tracking his tardiness, comparing it to female versus male professors. That's interesting though, because I bet you that puffy coat's that blue coat that the other female said that had classes with him, but she remembered him wearing it after the homicides. Because didn't that other person say that he started wearing that every day after the homicides? This person saying that she before and after he wore it, so I don't know. Um, where am I at? Okay, so they took tally. Okay, comparing his tardiness. Okay. She later provided photographs of the tally board. She provided examples of Kohberger arriving late to class and her negative perception of Kohberger being late to graduate level courses. She said Kohberger never missed a class except for once, which she believed might have been the Thursday after the homicide, which was their methods class. She said Kohberger attended the Tuesday and Wednesday classes prior to being gone for Thursday class. She admittedly said she and her fellow classmates talked a lot of shit about Kohberger via a group text message thread. When asked, she said she had never been to Kohberger's apartment, said she lives at blank in Pullman, Washington. She provided additional examples regarding Kohberger blocking fellow students in the offices. She showed us an email from blank that said, "Help me, this convo's weird," dated October 28th, 2022. Wow, only a couple that'd be a couple weeks before the murder. Um Anyway, blank or she said Kohberger would stand in doorways and not leave when it was clear, based on social cues, the person in the office was packing up and wanting to leave. She said she was aware of a formal complaint to HR, Human Resources, by blank for statements Kohberger made to her after blank had stepped away. As a result of the complaint, a meeting took place regarding discrimination and harassment as a department. She thought the meeting occurred sometime in October or November and could not retrieve the exact date. She said blank is hard of hearing and has two interpreters. However, the interpreters are only present in the classroom setting. I asked her if Kohberger had a girlfriend or other acquaintances. She was unaware Kohberger consistently interacted with anyone. She said Kohberger was only around when classes were happening and rarely saw him when they did not have classes. She said Kohberger did not discuss his social plans with her and only knew he was interested in baseball. She said he told blank he liked to spend time alone in the woods. When asked, she said Kohberger told her he had no social media accounts. She said she did notice injuries to Kohberger's hands in October and had joked that he must have been punching a drywall in anger. She reported Kohberger told fellow students he had been boxing when explaining why his hands were injured. So wait, she's saying that he told some other students. Blank reported Kohberger, yeah, that he had been boxing. Huh. She said during two extensive student presentations on sexual victimization on college campuses and staking, Kohberger sat through them and did not interject himself into the conversation. Regarding the death penalty, she reported Kohberger previously appeared to be in support of the death penalty and made statements that the victims' families should have a say as to whether or not the death penalty is imposed. That's interesting now, considering what happened, considering he takes the plea to get out of the death penalty and knowing that half the families weren't okay with it, half were. So I mean, in reality, it's like if prosecutors would have went the other way and not took the deal because the two families, then they would have went against two families. So either way, they would have went against families. I mean, if you look at it like that. But that's just interesting. Wow. Huh. The victim's family should have a say as wow. Huh. She stated she did not know any of the victims and was not aware of anyone in her social circle who knew the victims. For full details, okay. Oh, take another sip real quick. Okay. So now we have on January 10th, they conducted an interview with blank and blank. So two people, it looks like. It was in a reference to a pool party which occurred at blank pool in Moscow. It's probably those two people that met him at the pool party. Okay, January 10th, 9:30 a.m. I conducted an interview with blank and blank. One's birthday is 2000 and one's 2002. It was in reference to a pool party. They blank and blank both worked at the blank and lived in Moscow. The day of the party, blank was working and looked out at the pool and saw approximately 200 people. She called a friend and later went out to the pool. Blank and blank were approached by Kohberger at the pool party. She was uncomfortable with how Kohberger was talking to her and her friend. She told Kohberger she was married and tried to end the conversation, but he continued to talk to them. At one point, blank came over and intervened. Blank placed himself between Kohberger and blank, but Kohberger continued to be fixated on the girls. The interaction ended shortly after, with Blank and Kohberger exchanging telephone numbers. They were not aware if any of the victims attended the pool party. At 9:37 a.m., the interview ended. All right, November 21st, they conducted an interview. Um, oh wait, wait, hold on. Idaho State Police was conducting a surveillance on a residence identified by a tip from the tip line regarding the murders which occurred in Moscow. The tip number was tip 391 in 73. The person identified in the tip was blank, date of birth 81. That's my date of birth 81. His residence was identified as somewhere in Pullman. They conducted surveillance the residence. We observed a male who appeared to be blank. The male would come out every few hours to smoke cigarettes on the west facing steps to the entrance of the building. At approximately like around 2 or that'd be 3:12 p.m., I observed blank put out a cigarette between his feet. Blank then began smoking a second cigarette. When he was done, he again put the cigarette between his feet. I could see two cigarette butts between his feet. A few moments later, Blank stood up and went back inside. When after he got up, the cigarette butts were not in the location where I saw him leave them. Blank was sitting on the steps leading to the community entrance door where multiple people use it to enter the building and then go to whichever apartment they're going to. These steps Blank was on faced west. There's another set of steps on the east side leading to the landing where both sets of steps giving the access to the landing where the door is located. There are paved walkways leading from sidewalks to the entrance of the building. Where is this at though? It's in Pullman, Washington. Okay, maybe is this at his? Wonder if this is at his apartment complex where Brian lived. Oh, I missed this part. It says I ultimately seized the two discarded cigarette butts from a male suspected to be blank at the steps leading to the entrance of the apartment building. Who? Do you know this one, J. Ray? I mean, are they at Brian's apartment building? Because they don't redact his name, so it's not him. And it's in Pullman, somewhere in Pullman. Let's see. Okay. So they use it. Okay. The steps Blank was on faced west. There's another set of steps on the east side leading to the landing, where both sets of steps give access to the landing where the door is located. There are paved walkways leading from sidewalks to the entrance of the building. Detective Herman contacted a local officer and asked about obtaining the cigarette butts from the walkway of the building. That officer contacted a local prosecutor who advised us that if the butts were in the common walkway and a walkway leading from the public sidewalk to the entrance, then we could walk up, grab the discarded cigarette butts, and leave without a warrant. At approximately 4 p.m., I exited my vehicle, went to the area where the cigarette butts were seen. Well, at the bottom of the steps where Blank had been smoking, I saw two cigarette butts in the area where Blank's feet were located. One cigarette butt was to the right of where Blank's right foot had been located, and the other was near the stair behind where Blank's left foot had been located. Both cigarette butts appeared to be fresh. I also noticed a can near the stairs full of cigarette butts. I did not retrieve any of those cigarette butts and only collected the two butts that appeared fresh in close proximity to where I had seen Blank drop cigarette butts. After collecting the cigarette butts, I placed them in a paper towel and transported them to Moscow Police Department. They were placed in separate envelopes, booked in okay, J Ray, thank you. Is that the one where it was that creepy neighbor guy that was probably came into her apartment? Because I had gotten that part from the Pullman drop all that document drop, but I got all that a while ago, but, I tried to go over it one live, and it didn't seem like people were interested in it, but I've been putting them out on my community post, but that reports in that, and one reason why I didn't read that, like, go over that in a video, which I was going to, but it's not Brian because they find out that it's probably that creepy neighbor. I don't know if that's what you're talking about. Are you talking about that? Oh. That instance, I can't remember if I think they did get cigarette butts from him, huh? Anyway, okay. January 10th provided information regarding her interactions with fellow classmate Brian. So another one that was a classmate with Brian. Let's see what she says. January 10th. Um okay. Blank stated she met Brian during an orientation as they were both first year PhD students at the University of Washington. She attended She Blank said she attended classes with Kohberger, which she further explained as attending class together twice on Tuesday, one on Wednesday and one on Thursday. Blank said the only social event she had previously attended with Kohberger was a barbecue Blank hosted at his residence. Blank said her only day-to-day interaction with Kohberger occurred in a classroom because she worked upstairs in a secure area as a part of her internship with Blank, and Kohberger's office was downstairs. Richardson provided a brief overview of Kohberger's demeanor in the classroom and the need to assert upon fellow students his knowledge. Um, she said Kohberger liked to over-explain offender decision making and was doing his final research paper on burglary. Blank said during introductions, Kohberger said his reason for attending WSU was for the internship with Blank in Blank, which is the position Blank had been chosen for over which is the position somebody else had been chosen for over Kohberger. So he's saying basically, I guess he told her the reason that he was attending WSU was for that internship, but somebody else got chosen over him. Ha! Blank obtained the position in the spring and conducted onboarding training over the summer. She stated she was sick the week following the homicide, then was gone for Thanksgiving break. After returning to class after Thanksgiving, she said Kohberger had cuts on his hands. She described the cuts on his hands as cat scratches with band-aids over the cuts. She did not ask Kohberger about the cuts on his hands because of his general over-engagement in the conversation. People were probably like, I don't want to spark up this conversation because I'll never get out of it. He won't quit talking. She said the dates she would have seen the cuts were November 29th and 30th. So, I mean, okay, so if those cuts were from the murder, would he still have them? Like 16 days after. I guess it depends how deep they would be. Yeah, I guess you would. Even if they weren't that deep, you could, yeah. But especially if they were even real deep, yeah, that way you could still have cuts from the like over 2 weeks, right? Like I said, I mean, obviously, if the deeper or the worse the cut, the longer it would take to heal. But I mean, okay. Wait, what's going on? What's happened with Hope? Oh, wow, Hope, are you okay? Dang. Aw. Wow, I don't even know what to say. Um, but he went to the doctor and they said nothing about it. Same with the girl who cut his hair. Huh. Wait, what did he go to the doctor for? Brian went to the doctor right after? I'm trying to remember. Oh, yeah, wait, I'm starting to remember something about it. Um, because didn't the lady, whoever he talked to, didn't she, like, do a little interview? Not long, but, like, maybe it was in an article or something of how what her interaction with him at the doctor? You're right, I forget what it was. I did talk about it on a video. whatever. It was, like, not long, but it was just, like, a quick interaction she described. Okay, so where are we at? Cuts on his hand, scratches, band-aids, yeah. Wait, where are we at? Blank did not ask Kohberger about the cuts on his hands because his general over-engagement in conversation said the dates she would have seen the cuts were okay, I already read that. She said that they had a harassment training on November 8th and was rumored the training was because of Kohberger. So crazy, wow. However, she could not confirm that information. She said Koberger's behavior changed after the meeting, and she assumed his behavior change was in response to what they discussed in training. She described Koberger becoming quieter and not speaking up in class. She said on Wednesday, November 9th, Koberger arrived late, then left class after 10 minutes to go and get coffee, which she described as highly unusual. So that would have been 4 days before. Well, I mean, he was probably planning his whatever. Oh, how different things on how what he was gonna do. She described an interaction with Koberger after leaving one evening when she was with blank, and Koberger trapped her into conversation with him. She stated she was not aware of Koberger having any social media. She said Koberger showed her pictures of him hiking in the area of Moscow Mountain, and he appeared to be alone. She said she had never been to Koberger's apartment or in his vehicle. She stated she did not know the victims and was unaware of anyone who knew them. On December 4th, 2022, she found snow footprints leading to the back window of her apartment. Whoever had left the footprints had backtracked within the tracks. Wow. She and her fiance installed security cameras in response to finding the footprints. She forwarded the photographs of the footprints to Detective Lehman. She provided her address. Near the interview's conclusion, she requested we speak with blank by phone about an incident at the apartment. She said that he was playing video games when someone jiggled the door handle to the apartment. Wow. But wanted to speak with me. Huh? Is that her apartment, I wonder? And after getting up and looking outside, no one was there. She said that the incident occurred between October 26th and December 9th. Wow. Wait, so the footprints is one thing, okay, and then the jiggle, like, it was probably freaking him. Anyway, so when she looked outside, no one was there. She said the incident oh, yeah, occurred between October and December 9th. Man. January 10th, interviewed Washington State University undergraduate student, birthday 2002. This interview was recorded with Blank's knowledge and permission. Blank's name had been forwarded to investigators of blank by blank. He believed that blank had been asked repeatedly by Brain Kohberger. Um, he believed that blank had been asked repeatedly by Brian on a date and that this attention was unwanted and Kohberger had been told to stop. Wow, so now he's asking some girl repeatedly on a date, and she has to tell him to stop. Kohberger was the teaching assistant in blank criminal justice class, which Miss Blank was a student. So wait, is Miss Blank the person that he asked on the date, this interview? Let me see. Yeah, Miss Blank told us that she had only seen Kohberger on one occasion when she was sitting in a criminal justice class that was given by Blank and Kohberger. Wow. Um, or was given by Blank, and Kohberger had been introduced as his TA for the class. Other than that, she only corresponded with Kohberger through submitting class papers to him for review and grading via an online WSU system student portal. Miss Blank said that she never seen Kohberger in the class again and never at a social event. She believed that Blank had mistaken her for another criminal justice student. She did tell us that she used to work at the Blank in Moscow at one time and knew that her coworkers also knew the students that were murdered. Um, she had gone to visit her former coworker after the murders. The interview recording was transferred to combat. Okay. Wow. Now they interviewed somebody in connection with her knowledge and interactions with Brian Kohberger. The interview took place at the Blank in Pullman, Washington. On January 10th at 11:16 a.m., the Idaho State Detective Sean Prosser, along with ISP Detective Gary Tolson, interviewed Blank in connection with her knowledge and interactions with Brian Kohberger. The interview took place at Blank in Pullman, Washington. Also present during the interview was Washington State Assistant Attorney General Sean Bowen. Prior to the start of the interview, she confirmed she was happy for the interview to be recorded. This recording was subsequently downloaded to a CD. She is employed by Blank as the uh, whatever blank blank. During the normal course of her duties, she investigates and provides education, mediation, and other disciplinary focused response to complaints, reports made by members of the student body, specifically if those complaints have a discriminatory nexus. Her department facilitates group educational classes when asked by faculty members. Bowen advised due to legal restrictions placed on staff, she was able only to provide some answers to questions in general terms and not with direct specificity. I referred to one such mandatory education class, which was provided to the criminal justice graduate program following complaints made against Brian Kohberger. She said she did not teach that class as her Blank taught it, so she could not comment on Kohberger's attendance. She stated she had never interacted with Kohberger directly or indirectly, albeit she was in receipt of reports regarding his behavior. She stated per her notes, she was in receipt of 13 reports pertaining to Kohberger, highlighting concerns regarding his behavior. Bowen suggested that a subpoena should be provided to WSU in order to release any records held by her department relating to these reports or matters. Her further recommended investigators should review WSU's Executive Procedure 15. All right. Or he further recommended, sorry, why do I keep saying her? Recommend investigators should review WSU's executive copy graduate policy. Okay, let's see. Refer to the recording. Where that case continues. Okay, so on January 10th, Gary Tolson interviewed Blank in connection with her knowledge and interactions with Brian. The interview took place at Blank, January 10th. Talking about her being happy for interview being recorded. She is employed by Blank and the Blank. She has held this position for approximately 11 and a half years and has worked at Blank in total for over 35 years. During the normal course of her duties, she regularly interacted with Kohberger as she conducts the Blank for the Blank. Kohberger maintains an office downstairs from her. She said she frequently in her she is frequent no he sorry He is frequently in her office, especially as her undergraduate assistant. Blank. Blank works with her. She stated Kohberger seems to have a particularly keen interest in blank. Wonder in what? Why do you have that redacted? In her, maybe? Or is it in murder? And what? He would simply stand at her desk, including behind her, staring over her shoulders as she worked and stare at her. What? That's so weird. The heck? Ah. She noted Professor Blank was asked to escort her to her car at the end of the workday as Koberger's behavior was of concern. She commented that his inappropriate behavior was reported to Professor Blank, the blank blank. She said her recollection, she said to her recollection, Blank was Koberger's closest peer and had on occasion inserted himself between Koberger and her as a distraction. Refer to the recording. Wow. Dang it. Weird. Weird guy. All right. So now we have student birthday 2004 was a student in CRMJ in which Brian Koberger was the teacher's assistant. So let's see what a student says. Okay. January 10th, they interviewed a student, uh, was held at the campus in a private office. She confirmed her phone number and stated she resided in Pullman at blank. She recalled meeting T.A. Kohberger on the first or second day of class. She believed Kohberger mentioned having a background in the military. She said Kohberger was quiet and did not engage with the class unless asked to do so by professor. She exchanged emails with Kohberger regarding a final paper and held a Zoom meeting with Kohberger on December 9th, 2022, with with 2 to 3 other students from the class. So she exchanged and then huh. She said Kohberger left his camera off during the Zoom meeting. She said students tended to leave their cameras off during Zoom meetings, but it was unusual for TAs and professors to leave the camera off during these meetings. She said Kohberger's attitude during the Zoom meeting was chatty and upbeat, stating Kohberger seemed nicer than prior interactions. So that would have been after the murders, December 9th. Okay. She confirmed that she did not engage with Kohberger outside of the classroom or on social media. She considered Kohberger's behavior and demeanor to be formal. She later forwarded me the emails she exchanged with Kohberger. The emails and the audio of the interview with her have been saved to disk and will be provided to Moscow Police Department as an attachment to this supplement. Huh. Anyway. Now we have an interview with blank, birthday 2000 some or yeah, 2000. Blank is in the master's degree program in criminal justice at Washington State. Blank is in the same cohort as PhD student Brian Koberger. January 10th, they interviewed this person. It's held on campus in a private office. She confirmed her residence at blank, Pullman, Washington, drives a 2014 blank, and confirmed her cell phone number. She mostly interacts in class, shared for 3 hours per day with Koberger, and explained Koberger's interactions in her office, shared with blank and blank and blank. She said Koberger seemed to focus his attention toward her office mate, blank, which made blank uncomfortable. The office mate tried to keep their office door closed to keep Kohberger out. Um, She said she tried to remain civil when speaking to Kohberger, but felt he tended to be aggressive and upfront, specifically with female colleagues. She said Kohberger engaged in unsolicited debates and arguments regarding topics she felt were not up for debate. She explained an incident in class where the topic of eyewitness misidentification was being discussed, and Blank was explaining her viewpoints due to her background in the topic. Um, Eyewitness misidentification. Wow. Kohberger was agitated and argumentative because he did not agree with her explanation. Classmate Blank defended Blank to Kohberger and tried to stop the debate. Blank told Kohberger his arguing was mansplaining when speaking to Blank. Blank said Kohberger did not understand what mansplaining meant, but disagreed that he was engaging in that fashion. Blank said the exchange made her upset and uncomfortable and left her not wanting to interact any further with Kohberger. She explained that she would explain she filed a written email complaint to WSU Civil Rights and Compliance Group regarding the mansplaining incident. She said her goal was to create documentation of the incident should further issues arise. Blank knew Blank spoke to Kohberger about his behavior, but nothing further came of the incident. She said she did not interact with Kohberger outside the campus setting, with the exception of a party at Blank apartment he attended for an hour. Blank recalled another department gathering at Paradise Creek Brewery. She said Kohberger had a bottle of wine to himself and seemed to focus his attention on the female server. She did not share any social media with Kohberger, but said Kohberger often referred to the Wazoo Reddit page. She never had direct text with Kohberger, just the group me chat group for the cohort. She recognized a change in behavior by Kohberger by getting up and leaving class more often, and explained was highly more often. Hold on, I just skipped. By getting up and leaving class more often in the week leading up to Thanksgiving break. Huh. Kohberger would get up to get a cup of coffee, which Blank explained was highly inappropriate for a graduate student to behave this way. Hmm. She spoke to Kohberger constantly wearing a puffy down coat, including during class lasting several hours. She never saw Kohberger with anyone she believed was his friend. She she stated. Let me take a sip of water. Kohberger never made friends. Kohberger confided in Blank in November that he wished he was in a relationship. Oh, this is that one that the document that was in Moscow too about that guy, one of his friends, how he said he wished he had a girlfriend, I think. Blank said Kohberger expressed interest in a female member of the cohort, but nothing materialized. She said Kohberger flirted with Blank until he learned she was married. She said there was a tally board in her office memorializing the number of times Kohberger was late to class, and one to show the number of times Kohberger makes discriminatory comments and behaviors to the cohort members. She noticed that following Thanksgiving break, Kohberger was very quiet. She felt Kohberger must have realized his behavior was being accounted for, and this was causing his lack of engagement. In the week leading up to Christmas break, the department held a Christmas party. Blank held the party in a conversation with Kohberger regarding classes was taken left blank with impression he would be returning for spring semester. So wait, a conversation with Kohberger regarding classes. Blank was taken left blank with the impression he would be returning for spring semester. She said she saw Kohberger with injuries to his left hand while in class. She sat to Kohberger's left, 3 feet away from him. And during class following Thanksgiving break, she had a clear vision of his left hand. She described the injury as bruised knuckles. The redness was halfway up the back of the left hand. Huh. Um, bruised. I mean, that would make sense because some people think that, he used his hand to hit Kaylee, but I know I just watched an interview with Kaylee's dad where and maybe we'll watch this when I take a break reading. I have like a bunch of videos that I had ready to play before I got this. I was gonna play 'em, but where he's talking about Kaylee's dad's explaining the weapon, like the markings that were used. He talks about like having this stripe pattern and stuff, which is kind of interesting. So maybe he did have something else he hit her with. But I mean, I'm sure he did use his hand sometimes too, you would think. I don't know. Let's see. Where am I at? The redness was halfway up the back of the left hand from his knuckles, and he had a cut in his ring finger knuckle. Kohberger had told Blank he was a boxer. Blank said Kohberger did not try to hide the injured hand. She has never been in Kohberger's apartment or car. She said Kohberger had told the cohorts he wanted to be a university professor. She stated with a chuckle, he really liked to teach people things. She said Kohberger genuinely tried and wanted to be friends with people, but he did not know how. She explained Kohberger was argumentative and was not furthering the distance between them. Wait, oh, she's sorry, I read that wrong. She explained Kohberger was argumentative and she was not furthering the distance between them. She reiterated Kohberger's uninvited visits to her office to include Kohberger sitting at a seat directly next to her desk, leaving her stuck talking to him. Oh my gosh. She said Kohberger did not share information about his personal life. The audio recording and the interview saved to disk. Okay. So they interviewed blank, date of birth 98 at the blank, Pullman, Washington. Let's see. Relationship acquaintance to a big list of people. Huh. January 8th, 1703 hours. They interviewed this person in Pullman, Washington. They were blank was advised interviews are recorded. He agreed to interview to being recorded. He was advised the interview was regarding any interactions he may have had with Brian Kohberger. He advised he was a blank student in the PhD program for sociology. He would occasionally attend criminal justice classes. He first met Kohberger at the beginning of the fall 2022 semester, sometime around August 15th. He described the layout of the classroom blank as a 45, 50 person classroom, which would be rearranged for the criminal blank class by putting desks in a circle to encourage discussion. He estimated the class consisted of 10 to 15 graduate students. The class was held on Wednesdays from 2 to 5 p.m. Estimated the semester was over and the classes finished around December 9th. He stated that the seating was not arranged, but once students established a seat at the beginning of the semester, they would usually sit in the same seats. He stated he was one of the last people to get to the classroom, and Kohberger would similarly show up last. Due to this, he usually ended up sitting directly to the right of Kohberger during class. The professor's name was blank. He stated most of the students in the class seemed to know each other from other classes. He provided an email list of all the students who attended the class. The students' names were blank. He would interact with Kohberger during class occasionally, but did not have any problems personally with him. He described one bizarre incident which stuck out of his in his memory. He described the incident as occurring within the first few weeks of class between Kohberger and blank. He described how blank was stating something in class and Kohberger was attempting to correct her. He described Kohberger as over explaining things to blank, then told Kohberger he was mansplaining. So they're probably saying this person then told Kohberger he was mansplaining everything to her, and she understood what he was trying to say. Kohberger then went on to explain that he was not mansplaining and started to define what mansplaining was. Due to this interaction, blank left the classroom during the middle of class without taking her laptop or coffee. Blank described the incident as blank and Kohberger bickering and debating that turned very tense. On one occasion, Blank and Kohberger had a conversation just outside the classroom, which was about the classroom topics. During that discussion, Blank mentioned he needed to get heading home to make dinner for his fiance. Kohberger replied something to the effect of, "You look really happy to be doing that. Most guys I know hate making food for their women." Blank found this to be weird. He described Kohberger as the black sheep of the cohort and very to himself. He described his relationship with Kohberger as more than acquaintances, but less than friends. He stated he did not talk to Kohberger about many personal topics. He did not have much information about Kohberger's personal life. For details, see the audio. Okay. I'll read a couple more and then I'll scoot back up to the beginning, unless you want me to keep down here. These are going to be mostly about Kohberger stuff. Like I said, the first half seems more about the, victims and maybe the scene. It might we'll have that Dylan interview. Um, what do you guys want? What would you guys prefer? Or I could just stay doing these and then do the first half tomorrow, or you know what, maybe I'll do a few more of this and then do a few of those ones and then kind of mix it up. I'm out of coffee. Ah, okay. All right. So we have interview somebody with 1994 birthday. Advised that interviews are recorded. She agreed. So it's a girl, female. She was advised the interviews regarding any interaction she may have had with Brian Kohberger. She advised she had one class with Kohberger. That class was the fall 2022 semester. She estimated the class was from the end of August to the beginning of December, from 2:10 to 5 p.m. She stated students were in the first year cohort. She stated she was the only student enrolled in the class who was blank. The professor was a blank. I don't know, but in the other documents from Moscow, one of his friends or whatever, classmates or person that, I mean, I guess loosely friends that he hung out with, or I don't even know if they hung out. I know they were classmates or whatever. When he asked him, remember he asked him what the scratches and stuff on his knuckles were, and he said he got in a car accident. Remember that? So he's told that person that. We heard he told a couple people in these interviews that he was boxing. So I don't know. Who knows? Now, I don't know if the scratches were different than the knuckles being busted up, because some people describe the knuckles and some people describe the scratching. I think the knuckles, the one person said they thought it was there before and after the murders. Now the scratches, I think that's something maybe different, maybe because whoever noticed the scratches said they was there a couple weeks after the murder. So I don't know. I don't know if it was two different things, but okay. So where are we at? The students were in the first year cohort. Okay. All right. She stated seating in the classroom was not assigned and students would sit where they want. She stated at the beginning of the semester, the students would sit close together. But as the semester went on, the students were spacing out in the classroom. She stated she believed the reason for the students spacing out was to distance themselves from Kohberger, because in reality, usually it's the opposite. Usually it's like they'd be farther out at first, and then as they got to know each other, they would get closer and form, relationships. So that I would say that would be a more normal thing, but that's interesting. The reason this is because of Kohberger. So they freaking see how weird he is and they're trying to stay away. I mean, this person's guessing that, but it's probably right. She probably could read the room. Wow. She stated, she stated Kohberger would often interject himself in conversations with blank. Blank stated her office was across the hall from blank's office, and she would purposely leave their office door open to give blank a place to go in case Kohberger would go into blank's office. Oh my god. She stated that after the murder, she did not notice anything out of the ordinary with Kohberger. She stated she did not have any interactions with Kohberger where he was rude or disrespectful to her. She also stated she had not witnessed any harassment, so she did not fill out the CCR harassment report when it was provided. For details of the interview, see the audio. Oh, 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 God. She was supposed to send a list of all students in blank to Detective Herman, but no list was ever received. Wait, what do you mean his neck? Saying his neck? Neck. I don't remember anything on his neck. Look at your pic. You're all cool. Like, what's up? With your hair all swirled over here. You're like from a movie or something. Oh my god, you're funny. His neck look weird. Okay. Where are we at? Where are we at? So they conducted an interview with somebody in birthday 91 regarding his knowledge and or interactions with Brian. Okay. This interview took place on campus in Pullman, Washington on January 11th, 2023. Regarding his knowledge and or interactions with Brian at 10:31 a.m. So it started at 10:31 and concluded at 11:30, so it lasted about an hour. Okay, so he agreed to the interview being recorded, okay. Okay, so he's a graduate student at WSU, this person being interviewed, in the criminal justice program. He is a blank classmate of Kohberger. I don't know what that would be. Anyway, initially he noted he did not interact with Kohberger outside of the academic setting, but as the interview progressed, he elaborated in greater detail these interactions. Huh. He referred to a specific time in late October or early November of 2022, um, where after a class, Kohberger offered to give him a ride home in his white. We know he has a white Hyundai, so wait, you have to redact that? Like, that's the big thing, like, looking for the Hyundai, so why do you have to redact that? Come on. Anyway, so Brian offers to give him the ride home, right? He noted this event as he spent nearly 3 hours in conversation with Kohberger. He stated he was cautious when forming friendships or relationships with fellow students. He was concerned to ensure he was able to work closely with someone over the time of the graduate program. As a result of this caution, he took time to observe and analyze interactions with others. He commented he noted Kohberger would deliberately socially engineer his conversation and talking points to ingratiate himself within a group. He specifically noted that this he specifically noted this with regard to Kohberger discussing sports. When he indicated he had no interest in sports, Kohberger moved to stating he had little interest in sports either. During this conversation, which was conducted in Kohberger's car in the parking lot and in the parking space outside it, this guy's home, Kohberger said he had no one to really have guy talks with. He briefly talked about women and dating, noting Kohberger said he could pick up any woman he wanted in bars and clubs. Wow. He noted he felt the inference wait, he noted he felt the inference was Kohberger did not view value in women and saw them more as articles. He said he felt like he was verbally kidnapped as Kohberger continued to want to talk, describing the scenario as a 3-hour conversation and a 5-minute journey. Oh my god. Kohberger moved the conversation to social media and its impact on societal issues. To this end, they discussed how people align themselves within social media bubbles, which became echo chambers. Kohberger discussed politics and indicated he had predominantly conservative household values, wherein traditional gender roles applied. He said that in his interactions with Kohberger, he never discussed his home, family, or friends, but did discuss his educational experiences at his previous college. Blank. He recalled Kohberger indicated a desire to work with blank, a professor of forensic psychology and criminal justice at blank, who has written many notable books and articles on the serial killer BTK. Is that the one girl that he was like really the huh? What's her name? I can't think of her name, but I don't. Anyway, he described Kohberger as focused but arrogant. He wanted all his classmates to know he was the smartest guy in the room and wanted to highlight his academic prowess. He said the female members of the class had an innate ability to see things like character traits in people not often recognized by men. Wait, huh. So had an innate ability to see things like character traits. They voiced that Kohberger made them uncomfortable, felt unsafe, and that he was creepy. Huh. Wait, they voiced like uh, he said that he was close to filing a report to the university regarding Kohberger's behavior in the latter part of November 2022, but did not because the report is not anonymous. Oh. Um, he further commented on Kohberger's lack of sleep, which Blank said was very apparent. He was late to lectures and would frequently get up and leave mid lecture and come back with coffee. Wow. Well, further details of the interview are available and okay. Are you guys is this interesting to you or no? Oh, thanks, J Ray. Yep, that's who I was thinking of. Thank you. You are on it today. Are you guys following this? Is this interesting to you guys? Okay, good. It makes me happy though that you guys because it's interesting to me. I haven't read this, so like I this stuff I love this kind of stuff to learn about like a case that I'm following. So I like to know if you guys are on board here. Okay. So here we go. Wednesday, January 11th. They interview Miss Blank. The interview with Miss Blank was recorded with her knowledge and permission. Sitting in on the interview with Miss Blank was Mr. Adam Malcolm, Assistant Attorney General of the Attorney General's Office of Washington State. Miss Blank told us that Brian had been selected for the criminal justice program by a panel. Miss Blank did not sit on the selection panel. Wait, he's been selected by criminal justice. She was assigned as Kohberger's blank for his doctoral program. His assignment as a program training assistant TA was through blank and blank. Miss Blank said that she only had one interaction with Kohberger as blank because beginning in late August 2022, she began receiving complaints about Kohberger from students and staff members in the criminal justice program. Because of these complaints, Miss Blank spent a lot of time, she thought at least once a week, speaking about Kohberger during different disciplinary meetings. Wow. The meetings focused around Kohberger's interactions with fellow postgrad students in and out of the classroom, along with his behavior around some of the criminal justice professors. A lot of academics, or wait, I skipped one, sorry. Miss Blank said that Kohberger appeared to be socially awkward, but then she told us that in her experience, a lot of academics are socially awkward. However, the various complaints were about how Kohberger spoke to other staff and students. His stating of outspoken discriminatory comments, which were homophobic, ableist, xenophobic, misogynistic in nature. He would also stare at people and stand uncomfortably close or lean over women, making them very uncomfortable. Miss Blank brought Kohberger to her office to speak to him about the complaints and attempted to get him to correct his behavior. Kohberger's response to this was his deflection of personal responsibility, saying that his comments had been misunderstood, etc. Kohberger indicated to Miss Blank he hoped to continue in the program and his desire to remain in the field of academia. He did tell Miss Blank that he wished to work under Blank. He told us that Blank's field of expertise is in sex offenses and decision-making processes of offenders. Okay. Later that day, I transferred the interview to recording. Okay. December 5th, they conducted an interview with somebody regarding tip number 6008. This is huh. On December 5th, 2022, at 17:22, at 5:22 p.m., Detective Matt Henley, along with Detective William Adams, followed up with the tip 6008. The tip expressed concern about an online photograph taken from what appeared to be a Halloween party where members of the blank fraternity were in attendance. In the photo, a male believed to be a member of the fraternity can be seen wearing a military style body armor carrier. What's a body armor carrier? I don't know. Also known as a plate carrier, attached to the front of the carrier is what appeared to be a large K-bar style knife. Whoa. Military style body armor carrier. Huh. The tipster read online that a K-bar knife may have been the type of weapon used in the murders and wanted to pass it on to police. Detective Adams and I called blank at blank and asked to meet. Yeah, wait, if this is before they even talked about the sheath being found from the K-bar knife, that's very suspicious that this person is aware and mentions that, oh, a K-bar knife may have been used. Just like Papa Rogers knew the information beforehand. Okay, let's see. At approximately 5:32, Detective Adams and I arrived at the blank house located at blank on the University of Idaho campus in Moscow. We met with blank and showed him the photo from the tip. Um, Blank recognized the male as blank and informed us that he was a member of blank and was currently in the house. So wait, somebody keyword my Kevin type. So wait, did they hold on? Did they call? What I want to know is did the person that they're interviewing, is it the person that gave the tip or is it the person in the picture that had the K-bar knife? Let's see here. Let me see. Oh, no, it must have been the person with the tip because it's saying, okay, so the person recognized the male as blank, informed us he was a member of blank and was currently in the house. So they want to figure out who this guy is. Okay. Detective Adam, wait, hold on. Okay, Detective Adams and I met with blank, phone number blank, agreed to speak with Detective Adams and me, confirmed he was in the photos from the tip. Indeed. He was the one in the photo from the tip. So now they're interviewing the person in the photo, and he still had the knife he was pictured with. He explained his activities on the evening of November 12th as follows. He had an event called Colony Days that started at 8 p.m. and held um, at the Beef Pavilion. His date and other friends went to the Mystic Cafe in Lewiston, Idaho for dinner before the event. He left Colony Days and went to the blank house around 10 p.m. He and friends later left the house and went to a party at blank and was there until around 1:30 a.m. He and friends walked blank back to the blank house and arrived approximately 1:45 a.m. and hung out in the room. Sometime later, he walked his date back to blank and then returned to the blank house. Once back home, hung out with fraternity members, then went to bed. See, that's the key right there. He's gonna show him the knife. Yeah, I have the knife. You could look at it. The fact that Brian Kohberger didn't offer his knife or his sheath or to show like, "Yeah, you know what? It's innocent. Yeah, I have that knife and sheath, and so do a lot of people. Look, here's mine. You can look at it." Yeah. Anyway, he told us he had been to the victim's house about 2 months prior with a female named Blank, a member of the blank sorority in the blank for blank. He met he said he met Kaylee briefly that night and one other time. Also at the victim's house was his friends named Blank and Blank, claimed that he had only briefly met Kaylee and did not know her or the other victims well at all. He claimed that he was this was his only interaction with any of the victims. He consented to providing a DNA sample via buccal swab with which Detective Adams collected. He A sample was later booked into evidence at the Moscow Police Department. His sample. Photos of the knife from the photo were also collected. While speaking with him, he mentioned he and his girlfriend Blank bought the knives together at a sporting goods store in Lewiston, Idaho around Christmas time, 2021. Blank told us Blank was there at the Blank house. Detective Adams and I spoke with Blank and confirmed Blank's claim of buying the knives together. He still had the knife and consented to showing Detective Adams and me. Photos were collected of the knife. He told us he had previously met Ethan, blank, blank, and blank, blank at the blank formal. And he said that he and his date, blank, went out with them to Hunga Dunga. That's such a funny name, Hunga Dunga. He stated he remained there for about an hour and then left. He claimed he had no other contact with any of the victims. End of the report. December 1st, 2022. Um, tip 5013. So, wait, hold on. They contacted somebody birthday 2001 at his residence. Blank residence is located at blank Moscow in Moscow, Idaho, and blank was identified in tip 5013 regarding his recent purchase of a K-bar knife. Was interviewed and provided a voluntary DNA sample. Is this the same person? Probably, right? Um, and oh no, this is a different one. Probably. Look, it says um date of birth. Okay, wait, yeah, this is a different one because the other one was a different date of birth, right? 327. Hold on, I just want to see something. Yeah. Okay, so this is another person that got a K-bar knife. Okay, sorry. It says, tip 501. Yeah, I guess it's a different tip number. Oh my god, I'm silly. So regarding his recent purchase of a K-bar knife, the knife had not been delivered to his home yet. When the other detectives and I knocked on Blank's door, he initially did not come to the door. We knew Blank to be home because we had watched him walk to his door, and a neighbor across the walkway told us they observed him looking out an upstairs window while we were knocking. Ultimately, he answered the door and asked in a very low sounding voice who we were. We called him by the first name and he told him we needed to talk to him. He asked what we wanted to talk about. I told him we were law enforcement and asked if he was looking at us through the peephole in the door. He told me he was, and I showed him my ISP issue badge through the peephole. Instantly, his voice changed to a higher pitched. The door unlocked and he invited us in. We went into the living room of his apartment. He was the only person in the apartment. We asked if he knew why we were at his apartment. He told us he figured it was because of the murders. He initially did not admit to ordering a K-bar knife. When asked what kind of things he ordered recently, he told us he ordered a ski mask. I observed his order information on Amazon account. He voluntarily provided me his phone and allowed me to look through his account. In his recent purchases was a ski mask and a commercial grade cleaning gloves. I asked if he had an email address. If so, did he receive an email confirmation on orders? He had been given the information regarding an email and used to confirm. Wait, we had been given an information regarding an email used to confirm the purchase of the K-bar knife. That is kind of suspicious, even though, like I said, I'm not saying I'm Brian's the guy, but it's just, you know, looking back before they even knew that. I mean, think he's ordered the K-bar knife, gloves, a ski mask. It's like, what the heck? That seems like kind of suspicious to order those three things together. Um, anyway, where we at? So he gave him his phone, allowed him to check the emails. While doing that, I clicked on his email account, noticed another email address, including the email address used to confirm purchase the K-bar knife. That email address was blank. As I began to look in the emails in his inbox, blank studded and then said, "I know why you're here." Sergeant Hopkins asked blank to tell us why we were there, and he told us it was because he ordered two knives. He admitted he had purchased two knives from K-Bar. This was consistent with a tip we received and the confirmation email I found in his emails. We asked him why he ordered those knives, and he told us it was because he did not have a gun and ordered them for protection. He said he did not feel like he was in imminent danger. After talking for a bit, blank on his own asked if we would like to do a room inspection or something. We told him we would like to if that's okay with it, and he agreed. And Sergeant Hopkins and Detective Barrett searched his room while I talked with him. While talking with Blank, I asked why he chose that particular knife, and he told me he saw it on the news that the killer had used a K-bar style knife and he wanted to match it. Okay, so this is after they already knew. I wasn't sure, like, if it was after they already realized what knife it was. The public knew. Okay. After talking it through, Blank said he would have a gun instead if he knew how to buy one. He appeared to realize it sounded unrealistic for him to buy a knife to match the killer if they were ever to get into a fight. That's way less suspicious that after it was already public that he ordered the K bar after that, because I feel like I bet you multiple people did that in a weird, sick, like, I don't know why, I just feels like people would do that after they learn, like, what the murder weapon is. I could just see multiple people ordering it and just to see, uh, where are we at? Um, February So, wait, or he would oh, sorry. He would have a gun instead oh, yeah. He appeared to realize it sounded unrealistic for him to buy a knife to match the killer if they were ever to get into a fight. Wait, he appeared to realize that it sounded unrealistic for him to buy a knife to match the killer if they were ever to get into a fight. He told us that he did not know any of the victims of the murder that had occurred. He voluntarily provided a DNA sample via buccal swab. I seized the buccal swabs and placed them in a paper envelope. No, nothing of note other than the ski mask and commercial grade cleaning gloves were found in the apartment. Nothing else was seized other than the DNA sample. Yeah, why the cleaning gloves? I know that by itself wouldn't be suspicious, but all that together, like ski mask, commercial grade cleaning gloves, and then that knife. It's odd. Um, or yeah, nothing else was seized other than the DNA sample. I transported the DNA sample to the Moscow Police Department where it was booked by Moscow Police. Okay. Now we're at December 8th. Detective Joe Lake interviewed somebody with a birthday in 2001. Um, was identified by others as someone who was a babysitter for some of the football coaches. Blank was the person who blank in order to either babysit or get a babysitter for them. Kaylee Gonzalez's birthday, blah, 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 was identified by blank as being one of the babysitters used. Oh. Hmm. Okay, let's see. Blank stated she was only aware of one family that Kaylee worked for as a babysitter. She identified that family as the blank. She explained that she had met the blank while working with the recruiting department for the University of Idaho. Blank's date of birth, 85, was blank blank, and also involved in the recruiting department. She told me she met blank one day in the hallways when he approached her about being a babysitter. She agreed to babysit for the blank and ultimately met blank, date of birth 88. She explained she was the primary babysitter and coordinated with blank in scheduling other girls to babysit. She created spreadsheets and time slots for other girls to babysit. She was the main contact for each girl when they babysat. She went on to explain that Kaylee babysat for the blank during the summer of 2022. She was unsure how many times that Kaylee babysat, but knew it was many. I asked I asked her if she was the only way she knew the victims. If that was oh, sorry, I read that wrong. I asked her if that was the only way she knew the victims. She told me she was very close with Xana. She stated she was in the same sorority as Xana, and they spent a lot of time together. She knew what Xana's major was, knew her hobbies, and was aware of Xana's boyfriend. She was not aware of anyone who would want to hurt the victims. I asked her for contact information for the blank. She provided the phone number or she provided the phone for blank and blank. She stated she lived at another home on blank in Moscow. She told me of a s- she told me a story of a time where a male came up the stairs to her apartment at approximately 1:30 a.m. She was unsure if it was related to the murder incident, but wanted to report it. She didn't have any other information regarding the murders. Wait, it came up to the stairs or so what happened? It came up to the stairs and did what? Try to get in or what? Okay, another interview. I recorded an interview with my ISP issued cell phone. As wait, what is it? Detective Brady Walker interviewed blank with a birthday 2003 at the blank campus in Pullman, Washington. ISP detective Matt Henley was present as well as blank's girlfriend. Blank. Okay, whoever they're interviewing girlfriend, whoever they're interviewing's girlfriend, right? Okay, let's see. On January 10th, he interviewed um somebody, and then Detective Matt Henley was present as well as blank's girlfriend. I recorded the interview with the phone. Oh man, that was my foot rubbing up against. I keep moving my feet. Oh, okay. I learned the following during the interview. Blank was a sophomore at WSU. She has also been a blank at blank since the previous year. The office in which she works is located on the blank. Her desk is near the entrance to the section of the building. She mostly works for blank, blank, and blank, the blank. It was common for graduate students to meet with blank and discuss their education and future plans. She first met Brian when he came into the office to meet with her. Shortly after, Kohberger began coming into the office nearly every day to talk. This occurred during business hours. Kohberger's conversations became personal instead of focused on his studies or work as teacher's assistant. Kohberger had an office downstairs, but did not really have a reason to be in his office area. On some days, Blank would be working alone from 3 to 5, which was normal closing hours. Kohberger began coming in there seemingly to talk to Blank. Um, she would try to focus on her work, sorry, but Kohberger would remain whether or not she interacted heavily with him. So she's trying to work. Kohberger's just lingering in her office, bothering her, trying to talk. And he couldn't read the room, and that could be an autistic thing. I mean, like I said, there could be some stuff that's why, and other stuff because he's creepy, and you know what I'm saying is everything's not black or white. It's very complicated, I feel. Okay. Where we at? I already read this. On the occasion Blank was downstairs and came back to the office to lock up. Kohberger was in the office. Oh yeah, he informed him that when she was closing the office and Kohberger walked outside with her. Oh wait, no, I didn't read. Okay. Where Kohberger was in the office, Blank informed him that she was closing the office and Kohberger walked outside with her. Kohberger asked her if she wanted to get coffee. Blank declined, saying her girlfriend was here to pick her up and walked away. Blank thought this was inappropriate as they were both students. This was her first uncomfortable or strange interaction with Kohberger. She told her bosses about the incident. They told her that they did not want her alone with him and informed her of several resources she could use, such as having a security escort or simply leaving. They also told her that she was not the first person to have problems with Kohberger. Kohberger continued to come to the office when she was there alone. On one occasion, he would stand directly behind her chair as she was working. Kohberger remained directly behind her for a while and did not move until another advisor came into the room. Only then did Kohberger move away. She informed staff, wait, she was informed. or somebody was informed staff had talked to Kohberger. Yeah, she was. Okay, so she was informed that staff had talked to him as many as 5 times about his behavior. After about the 3rd meeting, Kohberger did not come into the office as much to socialize. Oh my god. She would try to not engage, but Kohberger would attempt to force a conversation. She clarified that Kohberger physically cornered her, standing in a manner where she could not leave without running into him. She described this as scary, especially when she was done or when she was alone, sorry. She recounted another incident where she saw Kohberger walking outside as she was locking up. Kohberger made eye contact with her when she looked out. God. Ugh. Which seems strange because you would have to be looking directly at the window where she worked to make eye contact. He's so creepy. Kohberger entered the building as she was leaving. She hurried into the bathroom to hide and avoid contact with Kohberger. When she thought about it later, she hid as if on instinct due to how uncomfortable contact with Kohberger had become. Kohberger had a reputation for being very homophobic. Oh, he's in for a rude awakening. I hope he gets a little taste of I don't know how to word it, but I just hope that he has to go through some stuff and fear and oh, anyway. Sometimes her boss would take her home so she would not have to walk by herself or take the bus. She became concerned because of how many precautions she perceived were being taken because of Kohberger. She recounted an incident in which her neighbor saw someone very close outside her window. God. Wait, out. I'm wondering if when they say her neighbor saw someone very close outside her window, are they saying outside basically that neighbor's window, or are they saying the neighbor saw someone very close outside her window? Does that make sense? It could be either, right? The neighbor that's seen someone close to her window or to her neighbor's window. I don't even know how to ask the question without probably confusing you guys. Anyway, okay, so someone close outside her window and told blank to make sure to lock the door. Wow. Ugh. She did not know who that person was, but learned she lived fairly close to Kohberger. She learned from professors that Kohberger was fired as a teacher's assistant after the fall 2022 semester was over. So, yeah, that's right after the fall, because then she described all the interactions she had with Kohberger as uncomfortable, except for the very first time she saw him. She saw Kohberger almost daily until winter break. The conversations Kohberger would start with her were not necessary in an educational professional context. She perceived the conversations happen only for Kohberger to be around her. She only knew of one time where Kohberger behaved differently than he normally did. Kohberger needed to talk to her, who was in the office with blank, blank, and blank, and blank, was speaking with blank, and Kohberger was waiting near the door. Blank told blank she thought Kohberger wanted to speak to him. He declined this and continued speaking with blank. Kohberger came into the room and sat in a chair, but nobody acknowledged him. When he realized this, he became angry and stormed out. Wow. She described Kohberger as very angry, as if he had built up a fury or rage. It was her opinion that Kohberger became angry because he was ignored and nobody acknowledged him. Wow. Huh. I mean, I would wonder, like, what did she see? Like, what is making her think he's angry? Like, what did he do? He just, like, looked really mad and stormed out? Did he give a dirty look to her? Did he look right at her? Did he say, you know what I'm saying? Um, did he say something? I asked her if Kohberger acted any differently after the homicides in Moscow. After thinking about it, she said it was right around the same time that Kohberger stopped coming into the office as much. Prior to that time, she had described Kohberger as somewhat arrogant and held her head up high when describing him. After that time, she said Kohberger kept to himself and more seemed to be less interactive. When she described Kohberger after the homicides, after the homicides, he kept or she kept her head down. I don't know. But see, some people said he was more talkative and friendly after it. And then some people are saying he was like more quiet and so maybe to some people he was more quiet and some people he was more talkative and happy. Koberger did not disclose personal details or anything about himself when he would talk to her. There was one instance where he may have placed a hand on her shoulder, but it was during a conversation and not to physically control or assault her. Specifically, she thought it was strange that Kohberger seemed to know her schedule and intentionally encounter her. She described herself as a gay woman and thought it was also strange because she had previously told Kohberger that she had a girlfriend. This did not seem to deter him. Of all the students she interacted with, Kohberger was the only one that made her feel uncomfortable. Wow. The report is a summary of the interview. For further details. Man, my eyes are getting heavy, but I gotta do it. I gotta do it. I want to get through more of this. We gotta hit 100, guys. Help me get 100 people in here. Share it. Can you guys help me share this somewhere so we can get 100 people watching right now? That'd be good. Okay, so now we got somebody with the date of birth of 96 via cell phone. Our Detective Brady spoke with him via cell phone regarding her contact with Brian Kohberger. Blank had been listed in Kohberger's phone tolls. This interview was not recorded. Why was it not recorded? January 11th at 2:30. Um, Police Detective Brady Walker spoke with Blank 96 birthday via cell phone regarding her contact with Brian. Erickson, so they do have the last name here. Erickson's phone number, blank, had been listed in Kohberger's phone tolls. This interview was not recorded, which I still don't understand why this one not recorded. Was he not okay to be recorded? So this is blank verbally identified herself to me and informed me she had a North Dakota driver's license. Um She informed me she was a blank at the blank in which Kohberger had resided. Sorry. She did not remember any contact with Kohberger. She coordinates services for about 100 tenants and is frequently contacted by them for repairs or apartment issues. Oh, she must be where he lived, the apartment manager or whatever. Somebody that takes care of that, the rent and stuff. or maybe even somebody, the manager of it, that helps if they have any complaints or need somebody in there to fix anything, or I mean, who knows? Yeah, I need to like wake up. I need somebody to I don't have any more coffee, coffee, coffee. Okay. Shortly after a tenant moves in as a part of her duties, Blank goes to their apartment, introduces herself, and makes sure they have the right phone numbers to call if they have certain issues with their apartment. She keeps a record of when she has completed this with a new tenant. She checked her records and had documented that she met Kohberger at his apartment on August 13th. She did not have any memory of Kohberger, and was only aware of this contact because it was in her records. The blank hosts monthly events for tenants. She keeps a record of which tenants attended these events. She records her records show that Kohberger did not attend any of the hosted events. Okay. Oh, we got 3 o'clock. They met with somebody with date of birth 2000, and this person works for some place part-time. Brian's phone tolls indicated contact with this person, which was Blank's cell phone number. Ultimately, Blank could not find any record of contact with Kohberger on his cell phone. I did not record the interview. So they contacted this guy to meet to discuss any contacts he may have had with Brian. I did not record the interview. Okay, where are we at? Idaho driver's license. Okay, Kohberger's phone tool indicated his contact with this person, which was Blank's cell phone. Blank informed me that he had viewed pictures of Kohberger and did not recognize or have any memory of him. Blanks works part-time as a blank delivery driver and possibly had contact with Kohberger during a food delivery. He did not find any calls or texts on his cell phone with Kohberger. Um, that's weird. He also tried searching the blank application to see if he completed a food order for Kohberger. However, he informed me that once an order has been filled and completed, the blank employee is not able to view the customer's information on the app. Ultimately, Blank could not find any record of contact with Kohberger on his cell phone. Oh. During the months of November and December, Ryan O'Hara assisted with multiple interviews, follow-up tip investigation, video collection, review related quadruple homicide. Um, November 22nd. Detective Ryan O'Hara was assigned tip numbers 0196 0648. So 2 tips. These are both phone tips. Contacted Blank via phone, November 22nd. Okay, the following summary of the information provided. He saw a student with a gash between his eyebrows in the College of Education building on the 3rd floor. He could not remember the date, but believed it was the 16th of November. The student was a white male, approximately 6 feet tall and 190 pounds. Wait, the 16th of November, gash between the eyebrows, 6 feet, 190 pounds. His head was shaved on the sides, his bushy hair on top, and he was wearing a red sweater. He requested the camera footage at this time and location not be overwritten. Huh. So, no, his head was shaved on the sides with bushy hair on top. He was wearing a red sweater. Requested the camera footage at this time and location not to be overwritten. Somehow I missed that part where it says he was wearing a red sweater. Okay. Um, Ethan Chapin was a sophomore. He was Chapin's blank throughout his enrollment. Wait, what? Huh. His last contact with Chapin was approximately 1 month before the incident. They talked about WUE, what was that? A scholarship program for out of state students. The previous year, he saw Chapin weekly to check in on how he was doing with his courses. Chapin was very relaxed and social. The focus of the weekly meetings was to increase Chapin's grades while he was on academic probation. Um, he is blank, blank, blank. I don't know if they're putting a phone number in there too. And he had seen her in person approximately 3 to 4 times. Oh, huh. Huh. His last contact with her was an email on November 1st regarding course network about a week before the incident. Wonder who they're talking about. Which he is blank and had seen her in person approximately 3 times. Wait, 3 to 4 times. Okay. Is this different one person? I know they're saying he's seen like one of the victims, right? But is it says his last contact with her was over the summer regarding her classes and schedule. She had come in from the college natural resources with wilderness fishing a major. I mean, it's saying the same thing right here. He is in the graduate program and still reaches out to blank for questions. He is blank. His last contact with her before the incident was an in person meeting on November 2nd regarding coursework. He called blank after the incident and blank told him that blank went into the crime scene house and told her not to go in. Um, hmm. His head was shaved. Huh. Oh, some student. I don't know. So it says, called the incident, told him went into the crime scene. Link reached out to via text on November 14th for guidance on what to say. Wait, blank and blank reached out to blank via text message on November 14th for guidance on what to say to their teachers. They stated that they were traumatized and may not be returning for classes. Okay. He stated that she was staying with blank at his family's home. Each records of the deceased victims have been removed from the Vandal star system. Huh. This system is used to make appointments and keep appointment notes between U of I staff and students. It is standard practice for the records of deceased students to be immediately removed from this system. Blank and blank and blank are both blank students as well as Chapin. All these blanks, gosh. Blank and blank are both bubbly and sweet girls. Nothing stood out to him about either of them. Blank was cooperative and eager to answer any questions and help in any way possible. He was agreeable to being recontacted for any reason. On December 6th, Moscow Police Department viewed the camera footage on November 16th on the third floor of the college education building. Um, man, I need to. Okay. On December 1st, Detective Ryan O'Hara was assigned tip number. Some more tips. These tips came in to the FBI, requested copies. Okay, so they request. So the FA, which is the forensic accountant, requested copies of receipts for Kaylee's purchases at the Taj Grocery on November 12th and Grub Wandering Kitchen on November 13th. Gonzalez's bank statement showed two purchases at Taj Grocery on November 12th. The purchases totaled 1801 and 3708. Her bank statement also showed a purchase at the Grub Wandering Kitchen on November 13th. I went to Taj Grocery and requested the clerk to search their system for the purchases. I'm using the last four digits of the credit card. The search returned no results. I requested the clerk search the transaction history. There were three purchases totaling 1801. One totaled 3708. The last four digits of the card used in the transaction 1106 mentioned. Okay. Each of these receipts showed the card entry method as contactless EMV. Grub Wandering Kitchen, a mobile food truck. I contacted the owner via phone, requested the search system for the purchase using the last four. Okay. All right. So what? Email explaining the information I received. Okay. Mm. So the other tip is we needed to collect surveillance footage, showed us the camera views that they had in their store. We determined the most useful cameras to identify persons and vehicles and asked Blank to download copies of the recorded footage from those cameras on November 12th at 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. I left the USB thumb drive with Blank and returned later that day to collect it. On November 18th, so Blank was interviewed by FBI. The following is an excerpt from the interview by FBI. At 4:30, Blank got a text from Blank that Blank had gone home to take ibuprofen and stretch his back because his back was bothering him. Blank had been hunting recently and his back was sore from carrying his gear. Thereafter, Blank left the Blank and met up with Blank. They went to McDonald's in the Blank near the Blank where they bought a case of beer. Blank had been identified as Blank. Oh my God. Detective Powell reviewed a camera angle, register one that showed both registers. From this camera, each patron, what they were purchasing is clearly visible. It did not appear Blank or Blank purchased a beer or even entered the Blank from 4 to 6 p.m. On December 4th, Detective Powell and I returned to the Blank and requested further footage from the same cameras and few additional cameras. We requested copies of the recorded footage on November 12th from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. A previous request had been made for recorded footage from November 12th 10 p.m., November 13th, 6 a.m. I left Blank with two USB drives. Okay. Detective Powell and I returned later that day to collect the footage recorded on November 12th, 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. and then 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. The other footage was not yet ready. But why that 4 p.m. to 6, why not like 4 p.m. to 12 a.m. to the next day, like that whole night and like wonder why that time. On December 5th, I returned to Blank to collect the footage recorded on November 12th. I mean, I know they got it right from here, like Mm. I reviewed the footage. Okay. I know this is before they even realize what happened, so they gotta look through everything to see if anybody was following them or doing anything. Um, so they're saying it didn't look like they appeared to purchase a beer. See, it did not appear blank or blank purchased beer or even entered the blank from 12 to 10 p.m. And that was from camera angle pumps all. Went to McDonald's. Okay. It says so at McDonald's, we determined the most useful cameras to identify persons and vehicles and asked blank to download copies of the recorded footage. The offset tech support company started a remote session. Okay. Um, oh wait, what's this? November 18th, blank was interviewed by FBI. The following is an excerpt from the interview written by FBI. At 4:30, got a text from blank that blank had gone to home to take ibuprofen and stretch his back because his back was bothering him. Blank had been hunting recently and his back was sore from carrying his gear. Shortly thereafter, blank left the blank and met up with blank. They went to McDonald's and the blank near blank where they bought a case of beer. Blank has been identified as some redacted. I reviewed the footage from multiple camera angles. It did not appear blank or blank entered the McDonald's from 4 to 6. I also watched the drive-through for vehicles matching the description. Those commonly drive by blank or blank and did not see anything that matched. I placed a thumb drive into the evidence envelope and completed the chain of custody up to when I turned it over to Moscow. Huh. So here's the interview. The interview conducted the Moscow Police Department in Moscow, December 14th. Okay. Blank had been reported through multiple calls and emails to the FBI tip line. The tips suggested following blank owned a 2011 2019 blank. He knew the victims. He deactivated his social media accounts following the release of the description of the vehicle. He described himself as a clinical sociopath in a TikTok video. He was at the corner club the night before the homicides. He was walking in the area of 1122 King Road. Man, I forget who trying to think if I remember who described himself as a clinical sociopath. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Hmm. Does anybody know who they're talking about, I wonder? Huh. I mean, who they're interviewing, basically, who this person is. It's a TikTok. He described himself as a clinical sociopath in a TikTok video. He was at the corner club the night before the homicides. He was walking in the area of 1122 King Street. The following is a summary of the interview. Listen to the audio for full details. He works at blank in Moscow. He lives at blank in Moscow. His phone number, he belongs to blank fraternity, pledged in 2020. He was in a class blank with Xana and Maddie. He did not know Xana and Maddie personally. He followed Maddie on Instagram, was Facebook friends with her because that's how they communicated in class. He was he has been to a blank out of the house near 1122 King Street a handful of times. He was at the corner club the night of November 12th. He arrived there by between 7 and 8 with his roommate, blank, blank, and blank girlfriend, blank. They had walked to the corner club from their house. They stayed there until about midnight until blank. Blank's friend blank picked him up and took him to his apartment at the blank where he spent the night. He did not go to the grub truck after he left the corner club. A Facebook account with approximately 60,000 followers posted his Instagram account, and people were saying he was involved with the incident. See, there's multiple people that people were saying like were involved before the whole Brian Kohberger thing. Where I don't remember. Like I don't remember all the people like I used to. And I know like the exes where people were suspicious, the hoodie guy. Um, okay, let's see. Oh shoot. Oh my god, I'm getting tired. I gotta wake up though, because I don't want to end it. Like I'm not really, I feel like I'm not really tired. I'm just when I read so much, it's like my eyes get tired, but I want to keep going. Okay. I might go back up now. Or I don't know. What do you think? Keep going down this way or go back up? Let's see. Hold on. So, oh, this could get interesting. So he was at the corner club. He didn't go to the grub truck. Um, a Facebook account with 60,000 followers posted his Instagram account, and people were saying he was involved with the incident. He deactivated his Facebook account, made his social media accounts private because they were bringing unfavorable attention, to include death threats. He owns a blank. He does not own or have access to a Hyundai Elantra. The TikTok post about being a clinical sociopath was a joke. He does not believe he should be diagnosed with any sort of mental disorder. Um, so he agreed to do a buccal swab for DNA sample and signed a consent form to have his phone downloaded. SA Shirley used a sterile swab to swab the inside of his mouth. The interview concluded at 10:01 a.m. I took his phone and the consent form to MPD, Detective Lawrence. Detective Lawrence Mallory. Detective Mallory downloaded the phone and I returned it to blank. SA Shirley and I dismissed blank and I had no further contact with him. Okay. So I guess they didn't lead anywhere. Um Attempt to identify vehicles or interviews. Blank. Owner of similar vehicle observed on security camera footage. And there's another person, owner of a similar vehicle observed on security camera footage. Oh, they're all owner of similar vehicle. Owner of similar. Okay. December 14th, 4:10. I interviewed blank over the phone regarding his vehicle. Okay, they're not going to tell us what the vehicle is. Okay. Idaho registration. Blank in his activity on November 12th and 13th provided the following information. He had been living at blank in Moscow since August 1st, 2022. He was awake playing games on his phone with headphones until 2 a.m. He drove the blank on Saturday for errands. He didn't go anywhere until he left for work on Monday morning. Well, um, he never talked to any of the victims. He was currently in Rathdrum, Idaho, and would be returning around January 9th. On December 16th at about 9:49 a.m., I interviewed him over the phone regarding his vehicle, a blank, and his activity on November 12th and 13th. Blank provided the following information. He was with his roommate on November 12th and stayed in and played video games until about 3 a.m. Um, His phone number was blank. He was up at 9:30 AM on November 13th, but didn't go anywhere that day. He loosely knew Xana and Maddie through his girlfriend, and who blank who was in the same sorority as them. Oh, so they're naming his whoever his girlfriend is. Were in the same sorority as Maddie and Xana. He was in Boise at the time of the interview and returned after January 8th. Oh, that's the same person that we read the interview before. I wonder if it's that one guy that lived people like the people that think Brian's innocent, they've done like videos on this guy, saying that, they think it's him. I forget. I think this is the guy because the way that they're describing it sounds like him. The guy that lives alone in that apartment that's right, really close to Idaho. I feel like it's so close. If this is the right one that some people claim that like you because you know how it's like there's like a hill, it kind of goes up the elevation. They say it's so close that the person, if this is the guy that I'm thinking of, he could actually see inside their house. Like if he looks at a certain spot in his yard, or I don't know if it's in his house or just like a certain part of his yard, and you look down, you can see like he'd be able to like basically be creepy and watch him and stuff. But I don't know if this is that same person. Is it? Does anybody know? I don't even remember what his name is. But people were, suspicious of this person because I don't know if this is even the same person. Let's see. So he's in Boise at the time of the interview, will return after January 8th. December 16th at about 12:55, I interviewed blank over the phone regarding his vehicle, a blank, and his activity on November 12th and 13th. He provided the following information. He was blank until 11:30 on November 12th. He went home, was awake for about an hour and a half, and he went to sleep at about 1:30 AM. On December 16th, I interviewed um detective and I interviewed blank at the MPD regarding her vehicle, a blank, I don't know, and her blank and her activity on November 12th and 13th. Blank provided the following information. She parks the blank at her boyfriend's Jean apartment, look, I don't know, something apartment located at blank in Moscow. She and blank went shopping and he dropped her off at the dorm around 5 p.m. She did not have blank's phone number. She lives with two other roommates, blank and blank. She went back to his apartment and played board games with his roommates. Oh no, this isn't the same person. The person I was thinking of that I was talking about was a guy that lived alone. So this is I think this is the one of the guys they were talking about earlier when we were because there's some repeats, I feel like, where it's like, oh, this is the same scenario. What do you guys think so much so far? Oh my god, I need to wake up. Okay, so this person lives with two other roommates. They went back to his apartment, played board games with his roommates. She said that they went out to take out the trash. They heard someone say, "Oh my god, someone's passed out. We got to call someone." So this is a neighbor that obviously um oh my god, my eye itches. That lives okay, so she's over at her boyfriend's, right? And so it's her boyfriend that lives close to them, right? So on December 20th, Jake and I interviewed blank at the MPD regarding his vehicle. Okay. He moved to Moscow with his ex-girlfriend about 2.5 years ago. His ex-girlfriend is blank, aka she, and her phone number is blank. He was a delivery driver for blank. He is friends with blank, aka blank. and frequents his apartment. Blank lives with blank blank, aka he and blank broke up on November 22nd after been together for 2.5 years. He and blank previously lived with blank and blank and blank and blank. Oh my god, this makes it so hard with all these redactions. So I wonder now, like I said, these are all things. I mean, now we know it was just coincidence type stuff. But I feel like back then, before they knew who it was, that could have looked a little bit like, oh, they broke up shortly after the murders. Is there something there? Well, that could be something that stands out when they're trying to investigate this. Anyway, blank and blank had a falling out that resulted in blank and blank terminating their lease early and moving to blank, Moscow. At this time, blank, blank, and blank moved to Moscow. Okay. Oh, too many blanks. On December 21st, 12:55, I interviewed blank regarding her vehicle and her activity on November 12th and 13th. She provided this information. She lives in Moscow. She lives with somebody. Um, and is blank's boyfriend. I don't know. She drives a car. She drives something. She drives a small silver car with a blank license plate. She and blank were on the couch hanging out together and started falling asleep and went to bed around 11 or 11:30. She took her dog for a walk around 11 a.m., but did not notice anything out of the ordinary. Oh my gosh. We got 102. Yes. Yes, we got 100, guys. Thank you. I like to see 100. Now we got 103. Thanks, chat. That makes me happy when I see like surpassing 100. Yeah. Okay. Um, I keep saying I want to go back up, but then it's like, I just want to keep going with this. But I do want to find that interview. Hold on. Let me go up a little bit because let's find that interview with Dylan. It's really, I mean, it is really interesting. Has anybody not seen that or heard yet about like the whole Haley, I'm here for you, or whatever, supposedly, maybe he said, and how sh it's weird because she describes seeing now Kohberger in the kitchen when I thought it was as he walked by. So I'm a little bit confused. Does she see him as he walks by and like, or she sees him looking at her in the kitchen? Is that a different time? Um, oh, 117. What do you mean 117? We were at 117? We were? Oh, I didn't even know. Wow. Okay. All right. So let me write this down so we know where we left off. So far we've went from page 266 to page 345 because we haven't read 346 yet. Okay. So now let me go back up and we'll go see. I mean, eventually we're going to read the rest of it. I might be on a second thing, but we skipped the first 200 pages. Okay, so let's go back up because they're not in any like order where it's like chronological, where where you have to read them in order. It seems like the second half's more, not all, but all the stuff of the people that knew Brian are from the second half of the pages. Okay, let's see. This November 13th. Okay, was assigned as lead. So we have they interviewed somebody regarding multiple homicides which took place in Moscow. The interview took place in Boise, Ada County. Because I think the reason I go through these because everything's usually redacted besides the victims' names. Why did Huh, okay. Alright, property, evidence, non-drug, biological sample, okay, let's see, memory. Alright, on November 16th, 3:16, Lieutenant Caitlin and I interviewed blank. The interview took place at his parents' house located in Boise, Ada County, Idaho. During the interview, blank stated the following: his residence at school was something Moscow, Idaho. His residence is approximately 200 to 300 feet from the location of the homicide. It had been a little nerve wracking going outside of his apartment. He knew some of the homicide victims. He knew Maddie and Xana. He had met Kaylee the night before the homicide, but did not realize she was one of the victims until later. He did not know the male victim, Ethan. At this point in the interview, Blank, or his mother, Blank, arrived home and was present for the remainder of the interview. He had known Mogan since their freshman year, and they were in the same pledge class for the fraternities. So wait, he'd known Mogan since their freshman year. There, okay. Oh, that's like for the fraternities and sororities on campus. Mogan had dated some of Blank's friends or some of his friends and had a positive interactions with Blank's girlfriend in the past. So I think it dated some of his friends in a positive interaction. Oh, his girlfriend in the past, maybe? Anyway, Blank had class with Mogan and they had done homework together periodically. He and Mogan had a lot of friends in common as well. He supposedly had met Gonzalez prior to that night, but did not recall specifically. He had never met Xana's boyfriend Ethan before. He heard Chapin belonged to the Blank fraternity. Chapin was also younger than Blank in school. Mogan was dating one of Blank's fraternity brothers, Blank, whom Blank believed lived in Boise. He had spoken to him earlier in the day, November 16th. He is a stand-up guy. Mogan's previous boyfriend was also one of his friends and is also a nice guy. He and Mogan were mostly just on and off again friends. Saturday night, November 12th, and into Sunday morning, November 13th, at the end of the game day, people went out to the bars. He ran into Maddie at the corner club. Mom, Maddie and Kaylee were going to leave the bar to go to John's Alley and asked him if he wanted to go with him. On the way to John's Alley, and Maddie and Kaylee decided to get food at the grub truck instead. He was at the grub truck with them, but was hanging out in the back. Oh, this is Jack. This is Jack, a hoodie guy. Wow, I didn't even realize it until well now. Well, because they're freaking redacted, so we don't know until it's gotta be, yeah. It's matching up to let's see. Okay. So and asked Blank if he wanted to go with him. So he's saying that they basically asked him if he wanted to go. Because remember, like, why is he with them or whatever before we even knew, like, who is this guy? So it's, yeah, they're saying they asked him to go with them. This is his story. Okay. So he was at the grub truck with them, but was hanging out in the back because he was not getting any food. Someone in a silver sedan picked up Maddie and Kaylee. He assumed it was one of their friends. He told Mogan to have a good night. And his designated driver's shift had already ended at approximately 2 a.m. He had a good coat on, so he walked home. Um, he thought it took him 20 to 30 minutes to walk home from the grub truck. He got home around 3 a.m. and went to bed. He showed on a map the way he walked home, and the way he described did not pass the residence of the homicide scene. Sunday, November 13th. He woke up around 10 a.m. to watch NFL football. He left his house and went to Floyd's, a dispensary across the border in Washington. He couldn't remember if he went to Floyd's before he started watching football or if he started watching football then went to Floyd's. He thought it was weird because he drove past the scene on his way to Floyd's and didn't see any police or anything out of the ordinary. He drove a blank. He's It's weird for him to say that because like obviously he's saying that after the fact knowing what's going on. But as you're telling the story and saying like, "Oh, I found it weird driving past," because in the moment, you wouldn't find it weird because you wouldn't even know about the murders. You know what I'm saying? Until he wouldn't have known about it yet, but after the fact, now he knows about it, so, I'm guessing he's saying after the fact, he's finding that weird that, "Oh, yeah, wait, I drove past there. I didn't see anything." Um During the morning, people called him to see if he knew what was going on down the street at the homicide scene. He didn't believe them and walked outside to see. Oh, okay. See, I always gotta read further. So, is that why oh wait, hold on. He didn't believe them, walked outside to see. He had to walk down the street to see the resident's homicide scene. So is that before he drove to the dispensary or after? You know what I'm saying? Did he know about the murders before? Huh. Oh. That would've been 10 a.m. Yeah, I don't think they would have known at 10 a.m. No, they wouldn't have known. Okay, so at 10 a.m. when he went to the dispensary, he wouldn't have had any idea about it. Okay. Okay, if he knew that was going on down the street at the homicide scene, he didn't believe that he didn't believe them and walked outside to see. He had walked down the street to see the resident's homicide scene. There was a rumor of an unconscious person which seemed believable. During the group chat between the pledge classes from the fraternities and sororities, kids realized people were missing and something more than a person passed out might have happened. Oh, most of his chats are via Snapchat. Some of the family members of the victim started letting people know about the homicide before the news did. He heard a lot of people were packing up and leaving. He felt jumpy even leaving his apartment and walking out to his car. He would be able to do his classes online, so he packed up the next morning, Monday, November 14th, and left. I feel like there's some missing, I guess not. Okay. He had only been to the residence where the homicide took place maybe once. When he did go there, he was pretty sure it was all different people living there. He heard that there was a party there earlier that day that some of his friends went to. He went to the corner club by himself because he had friends who went there and worked there. He, Mogan, and Gonzalez were the only ones in their group who left the corner club and went to the grub truck. Of the victims, only Maddie and Kaylee were out at the bar. He believed Cornado and Chapin were still underage. He thought the car in front of their house looked similar to the one who picked them up that night. It seemed like a friend that picked them up, not a random person. People usually use designated drivers from their fraternities, sororities. He thought maybe Cornado and Chapin might have picked Mogan and Gonzalez up. Um, he doesn't usually go to parties, he usually goes to the bar. He heard a rumor there was a party at the victim's residence earlier. Coronado sometimes would get a little crazy with partying and blank. Mogan just uses alcohol. It's probably drugs. I bet you it's partying and drugs right here. Mogan just uses alcohol. Sorry. Um, and Gonzalez, he thought just drank alcohol only. He doesn't remember meeting Gonzalez prior to that night. After the incident, he heard rumors of Gonzalez's having a stalker. Any girl who belonged to the blank sorority should know about the stalker information. Maddie and Kaylee, he believed, both belonged to the blank sorority. He had an ex-girlfriend he was trying to get back together with. For most of the past few years, he had a girlfriend who went to a different school. so he hadn't been hanging out with a lot of people regularly. He had no idea who could have committed these crimes or these homicides, sorry. Usually the craziest thing that happens are people getting MIPs and DUIs. What's MIP? Wait, MIP? MIP. Um, he hadn't heard any rumors about why this could have happened. He thought the only reason someone might have acted out like this is for love. He heard that there are videos of him at the Grub Truck with Maddie and Kaylee. The Grub Truck live streams video on Twitch TV. News outlets have identified him from that video and have called him. Okay. Misdemeanor public intox. Thank you. Thank you, DJ Berserk. DJ Berserk. Um, where at? So he's getting people, news outlets trying to call him and get an interview. He left Moscow Monday morning around noon. He traveled home by way of Ontario, Oregon, instead of New Meadows because he doesn't like driving through the mountains. With consent, I collected buccal swabs from him. Had no apparent injuries to his hands, forearms, neck, or head or neck injury. Or sorry, he had no injuries to his hands, forearms, head, or neck areas. The interview ended at approximately 4:02 p.m. For complete details, review audio recording. Okay. All right. On November 17th, Idaho's okay. They interviewed blank. The interview was in reference to the murder of Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, Ethan, which occurred 1122 King Road, November 13th. They took place in front of a blank residence located in Boise, Idaho. Is this still the same? Let me see. Interview. Okay, November 17th, 102. Idaho State Police, Caitlin and I conducted an interview. The interview is in reference to the murder of Maddie, all of them. Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, which occurred on 1122. I don't know why they say this, they repeat the same thing both times, but then sometimes they add a little something in one sentence. So that's why I always feel the need to repeat it. Okay, so Blank reported the following during the interview. On November 12th, he woke up, stated, watching college football and went to the gym. His roommate Blank had a dart tournament at Moose Lodge, which is the next door to the Corner Club, at approximately 5 or 6 p.m. He went to the Moose Lodge and started drinking. Moose Lodge had a veteran special. They were at Moose Lodge until 9 p.m., and then they went to Mingle's Bar and Grill for about an hour. After Mingle's, they went to the Corner Club, but at this point in the evening, he was so intoxicated, he did not remember getting kicked out of the Corner Club and did not know why he was kicked out. At approximately 11:21, he and Madison took a picture together while they were at the Corner Club. Maddie sent it in the group text to Blank. Also sent with the photo was a text message saying, Get to the club." He didn't remember taking the photo with Maddie and didn't remember who Maddie was with. This was also the first time he'd seen Maddie outside class in school projects. Wait, I remember hearing about the person getting kicked out of the corner club. Who was it? Did we know who it was? I think we talked about it before, they found Brian. We were trying to go through people and figure out, who it could be. And, there was talk about the person that got kicked out. I'm trying to think if back then did we know who it was. But it's somebody that took a picture with her, was in school projects with her, but okay. He didn't remember much from the evening, but said he walked home from the corner club. Wait, took a picture. Anyway, his roommate blank got home at 1:30 or 1:40. His other roommate blank told him he got home around about 30 minutes before, approximately 1 a.m. And that was the end of the night for him. His roommates are blank and blank were a couple. On November 13th, he woke up at 12. He learned of the incident through a vandal alert student email that afternoon, which explained the situation. An hour after receiving the first vandal alert, he received another, which told him there was no suspect and to remain vigilant. Um, a third vandal alert was sent out that evening while he was at work, which had details of how many victims there were. He didn't know Maddie was one of the victims until Monday afternoon when he received an email from his professor of marketing. He, Mogan, and Blank are in the marketing blank at the university and work together in group projects. Wait, huh? So he got an email from his professor about it, huh? Wow. Okay, where are we at? Or the market. So Mogan and Blank are in marketing at the university and work together in group projects. They were working on a project for Blank, which was a cafe in town Mogan worked for. Is it would it be Mad Greek? Because I know she worked there, her and Xana. Uh, when they worked on their projects together, they would meet and work in basement of the Albertsons building on campus. He hadn't ever been to Mogan's house and didn't know until recently where she lived. He worked at Blank in Moscow and has worked for Blank for 8 years in total. As he transferred colleges, he moved stores with his boss said the store carried old K-bar knives. Wait, he moved stores with somebody, and then his boss said the store carried old K-bar knives, but they were an older clearance item. He didn't know what kind of sheath a K-bar knife would come with. He didn't know Kaylee and didn't remember seeing her at the corner club. He didn't know any of the victims besides Mogan. Mogan was the only person from the house he spoke with, and it was mainly related to class projects. He'd only talked to Mogan approximately 4 to 5 times throughout the school year. They mainly used text messaging to communicate. He read us the group text message he, Mogan, and Blank used. The last text from Mogan was a photo and text message at the corner club. He responded the following day, which was the last text in the thread. He was attending his last semester at the university and thought Mogan was going to finish in 2023. He started college at Treasure Valley Community College, transferred to Utah Tech University, and from 2017 to 2019, he started attending the University of Idaho. In 2019, he joined the Army Reserve as a culinary specialist. After 2 years, he went back to the University of Idaho to finish his schooling. He never heard of any issues with Maddie had with anyone. He did not know if Maddie used any narcotics. They never spoke of anything personal. He didn't have a car and walked wherever he needed to go around the campus. He rode to the bus home to Boise and borrowed his brother's pickup while he was in town. He did not have any injuries to his hands, arms, or face. And at 1:36, he consented to a DNA sample. Um, and they submitted it into evidence. Okay. Um, here's another interview. Blank. Wait. Interview Blank at her residence in Boise, Idaho. The interview occurred with Blank, attorney present via computer at Moscow. The interview was also audio recorded. The thumb drive interview was assigned. Okay, let's see. You going to bed? Who's going to bed? Okay. Good night, whoever's going to bed. Sleep good. All right. November 17th at 12:05. Myself, Idaho State Police Detective Victoria Gooch and Police Department Blaker interviewed blank at her residence in Boise, Idaho, or Ada County. The interview occurred with her and her attorney, right? Whoever this person is that's redacted. Um, Interview had been downloaded into the thumb drive. Okay, let's see. She stated the following: she's a sophomore at the University of Idaho studying pre physical therapy. She has been a University of Idaho student for both years, freshman and this year. She had been residing at the residence where this incident occurred since August 2022. Her friend blank and she moved into the residence, and the other female roommate she knew through their sorority. What is this, Bethany? Then she had been residing at the residence where the incident occurred. Her friend blank and she moved into the residence, and the other female roommates she knew through their sorority. Blank, Maddie, and Xana prior to this year. Oh, she knew through their sorority. Blank, I don't know. Anyway, and all had also met Kaylee before. Kaylee belonged to another sorority. She explained Kaylee was a senior in school. She described Xana as being a year older than herself. She also described two additional friends, blank and blank, but they were not residents in the house. Blank explained blank introduced her to Xana last year. Both blank and blank reside in blank apartments, an apartment complex on campus that houses sorority members. She described the layout of the residence where each of the roommates resided, paraphrased based on blank description of the residence. When you walk in there, there's a door. There is downstairs with a bathroom and a and blank bedroom. Um, when you walk into the door, there's a hallway with her bedroom and kitchen and sliding door. Oh, this is Dylan's then. And upstairs is Kaylee's room and bathroom and Maddie's room. And Xana's on the same floor as her bedroom. Yeah, this is Dylan. So Dylan had a lawyer when she was talking here with this interview. Um, Initially she was asked to describe what the girls did on the 12th of November. But she described there was a ball on Friday night, November 11th, at Pi sorority ball, which she briefly attended. She explained she started drinking at 4:30 on the 11th. She described the individuals at the ball, including all of her roommates, as well as Ethan and his blank, and their dates who were FIGJI fraternity members. Kaylee was his date for the ball. Kaylee was somebody's date for the ball. Isn't that supposed to be Xana? I think they got that mixed up. Why do they keep switching Xana and Kaylee's name? Like, because Dylan would know who she's talking about on there. So anyway, she described how she got home from Friday night by using an Uber from the Pi Blank Ball to their residence. She explained she and her roommates normally have Blank as their Uber driver, but not on the night of the 11th. She does not remember the name of the Uber driver on Friday night. This was around 8:30 p.m. She explained she and the roommates trust blank. She advised the party initially transitioned to the blank, but she got bored and wanted to go home. Um, it was she, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan regarding the roommates who attended the ball. Eventually, a group from the Blank Pie event transitioned to Blank and the other roommate's house, and there was a party that continued there until the early morning hours of November 12th. Transition to the other roommate's house. Well, anyway, she requested to look at her cell phone during this point to interview In the interview to verify the timeline, she was advised she could use the cell phone to provide times during her interview. She advised the other individuals that came to the house on Friday were blank. Initially, she said it was blank, but corrected herself to say it was not blank, but blank who came to the house. And sh ah, where am I at? Sorry. Okay. And she as well as herself. They were consuming large amounts of alcohol and playing music. She went to bed a little after 12:10, and then added she went to bed sometimes between 12 and 12:30 that morning. So they're talking about the night before, right? Eventually, she advised Maddie came home and eventually Kaylee, but she was not certain about where Kaylee was when she went to bed. She then explained on Saturday morning at 12:15 p.m. They corrected 11:44. The roommates went together to get coffee in the store to get more alcohol. They still had champagne from the previous weekend, which was she explained was the U of I parents weekend. She explained the plans for that Saturday night included a blank Chi fraternity party on campus. Oh, so then maybe Kaylee, okay. If she was describing the night before the Friday, maybe maybe she got that right and Kaylee did go to the ball with somebody. I was thinking at first she was describing that night, and we know Kaylee didn't go to any ball that night, so I thought she was mixing it up with Xana, but yeah, maybe she got that right, sorry. I didn't realize at first she was describing the night before. Okay, so, where were we at? So they went to a fraternity. Okay, she explained Kaylee was not going to this function because she was a senior, and typically seniors do not attend the fraternity functions on campus because they are old enough to go to the local clubs. Um, so okay. She explained that she was going to the blank Chi party. She further explained at one point Maddie was at this function but left the function to go to the club with Kaylee. They were all at the house together at 5 p.m. on Saturday, November 12th. She stated Kaylee decided to go and take a nap, and her, Maddie, Xana, and blank and she were on the couch watching a movie. I'm sure Bethany's one of the redacted names. Anyway, she explained that they were all together Saturday afternoon at the house and they all decided to take naps. Each of the girls set their alarms for 8 p.m. She believes Ethan may have come over to the house at this time, but she was not certain if this is the time Ethan came over or if he showed up at a different time. She explained she had an assignment due in her psychology 215 class, so she posted the assignment at approximately 10:12 p.m. She believes she then left the house at approximately um 10:30 p.m. Saturday night. When she left the house, Kaylee was still there with one of her friends. However, she does not know the friend's name. She described the friend was female and was nice. Oh, wonder who was she there with? Who was Kaylee there with? Hmm. After leaving the house, she saw Maddie between the residence and the blank, and then Maddie was holding a box of White Claws while she was walking towards their house. She advised she talked to Maddie and then she continued to the Chi function. She believed Maddie was going back to the residence to get ready to go to the club with Kaylee. Sergeant Blaker asked to give more details about the route she took when she encountered Maddie, and she provided those details in the interview. She explained when she got to the Chi function, she went to meet up with Xana and blank, and she called Xana on her cell phone to find out which apartment they were in. And she was told they were in the apartment blank. Others who were at the apartment blank at this time were Ethan, blank, Xana, blank, blank, blank. Anyway, she explained she and blank were going in and out of the fraternity lodge together for part of the night. She explained there were not a lot of people at this function. She further explained she met up with blank and the two of them then went to Blank's apartment. She was with Ethan and Xana during part of the night, and Blank explained Ethan had been trying to get in contact with his sister, Blank, because she had been upset about something and he was worried about her, but she didn't know what the issue was. She remembered Blank told her brother she had not been answering herself because she had been sleeping. Wait, who told her brother? So she's saying she remembered. Oh, probably Ethan's sister told her brother she had not been answering her cell be- because she had been sleeping. I don't know. She described Ethan as being very protective of his sister as well as protective with all of the roommates. The group of them then went to visit Blank, who she had previously met through Xana. Um, hmm. So that she had previously met through Xana and Blank and was also there, including she, Blank, and blank were also there as well as blank and blank. Oh my god. I sound silly. Just it's hard to sometimes follow all these blank. Oh, is it? Are you guys following it though enough? Okay. So when asked how much alcohol she consumed, she explained she had been playing Rage Cage, which she described was a drinking game. When she awakened from her nap, she consumed 3 White Claws with an alcoholic content of 5%. She denied there was any drug use and stated Xana and Ethan used blank. She advised neither Maddie or Kaylee did drugs. She explained she nor blank never touched that stuff. So, so it's probably she explained she nor Bethany, I'm guessing, right? Never touched that stuff because she already said Maddie and Kaylee don't. Um, let me see. Yeah. Um, okay. She described the alcohol use at blank and blank's residence, which included blank consuming a whole Borg, in which she also consumed some of the Borg. I don't even know what a Borg is. Borg? So wait, she described the alcohol use at blank in blank's residence, which included consuming a whole Borg. I don't know. Which she also some of the Borg based on a Google search I conducted relative to write this report. Oh, a Borg is an alcoholic beverage which requires taking an empty gallon container and filling it halfway with water, adding vodka and enough MIO to make the taste of vodka disappear. Huh. So halfway with water, adding the vodka enough. How much vodka I remember, and then enough to. Huh. Have you guys ever heard of that? I never heard of that. The cocktail is often referred to as a Borg, but the nickname doubles as an acronym that stands for the drink's full name. Blackout Rage Gallon. Oh my god, that's I bet you that's something that they made up. I've never heard of it, but I mean, they're a lot younger. I'm sure there's new terms that's come out since I was in my college days. She described blank as being extremely intoxicated and that she had continued to consume alcohol because of blank intoxicated condition. Wait, what? Huh. She advised or yeah, she invited Blank to come back to her residence with her to watch movies. And because of Blank's intoxicated condition, she called a sobro, which uh, she described as a involving a sober freshman fraternity member who is a designated driver for fraternity and sorority members who are consuming alcohol to drive them to their home safely. Okay, that's a responsible thing. So she called us invited. Wait, she planning to come back to her residence with her to watch movies, and because of the intoxication. So who did she invite to come back, I wonder, and watch movies? Okay. Designated driver, sorry, member who consuming alcohol to drive them home safely. So it's a sobro. It's a freshman, huh? Mhm. She advised it was only she and blank that went back to the residence using the Sobro. What? She did not believe anyone else was home. What? When the two of them got home, which she believed was sometime between 1:15 and 1:30, November 13th, she was intoxicated, and because of that, she does not remember what time it actually was, but she believed it was between the 2 times mentioned. She further advised she made popcorn in the kitchen and she and Blank watched Vampire Diaries together. Approximately 20 minutes later, Blank returned home. The three of them lay down and continued to watch Vampire Diaries. She believes Blank may have walked home, and then she advised she does not know what time Blank and Blank went to bed. Um, she had already gone to bed and does not know when blank may have left or when blank went to bed. Huh. So at 2 or 3 a.m., she awakened because Maddie and Kaylee arrived home with grub truck food and they had mac and cheese, which blank, which she explained they normally got. All four of them were together, which included blank, Maddie, and Kaylee. Blank advised they were taking selfie videos. All the girls talked about getting grub truck food. She did not believe Xana and Ethan were home because their bedroom door was open. Huh. Okay. And she did not see them. And she discussed whether she may have been mistaken about this fact. And then she said that she was certain that she saw the door was open and they were not home. She then went to bed. Wait, she then went to bed, which she advised was after texting blank the Uber driver, who's all in chat still. Where are we at? The Uber driver on page 12. Man, I'm trying to stay awake because I don't want to go to sleep, but I keep feeling like my eyes sucks because I want to get at least, well, I have to finish this interview. Okay, for sure. But okay. So Blank looked at her phone to determine what time she had texted the Uber driver. She said her phone said 3:10 a.m., but after further discussion, she admitted that she was some confused about whether she was using Moscow or Boise time. And she explained her timeline may be off by an hour because of this issue, specifically during this interview referenced on. She explained that her timeline may be off by an hour because of this issue, specifically during this interview referencing Boise time instead of providing the time it would have been in Moscow when these events were occurring on November 13th. Huh. She explained that she uses Snapchat as well as her cell phone to communicate with her friends. She advised if there's a lack of texted communications on her cell phone, it is because she had transitioned to using the Snapchat app for her method of communication. She advised her log information with Snapchat is blank and her password is either blank or blank. She denied knowing her roommate's password to their cell phones. While they were together, they talked about how ordering Grub Truck, and she then texted blank the Uber driver at approximately 3:10. She explained that she texted blank, "Are you driving by chance?" Oh, wait. Snapchat. They talked about ordering Grub Truck. But then they just get home from that? That's why I'm confused. She explained the text to blank, "Are you driving by chance?" At approximately 3:13, he texted her back. She then went to bed. She does not believe he ever came to their house because she never responded to his text about the fact that she was still driving or the fact that he was still driving. She advised the Uber driver, is in his 30s, is married, and has one child. She advised all the girls knew him and liked him. She advised that she is not certain if she stayed awake to watch more Vampire Diaries or if she went to sleep. She was not certain if she locked her bedroom door, and she was not certain if she locked the sliding door because she was the one who usually did. But she also volunteered in her statement that she believed Moscow was a safe place, so the sliding door was not always locked. She does not remember if anyone locked the sliding door before she went to bed. She was the first to go to bed ahead of the other roommates. She explained that she previously has had a lot of dreams where she had been kidnapped in her dreams, and she further explains these type of dreams started in high school, and she knew that they were dreams, and she would let those things happen in her dreams because she realized they were dreams. She advised she does not suffer from anxiety and denied prior life drama other than divorced parents. Lord, somebody needs to pour water over my head. Oh, how's everybody doing? Am I reading okay? We can follow. I feel like I'm half falling out, like falling in sleep. I keep drinking water because it helps. I feel like wake me up a little bit. Because I want to read more. Oh my God. No wonder why I'm so tired. It's 4 hours. Dude, it does not feel like I've been reading this for 4 hours. That's crazy. I don't feel like I feel like it was just like an hour. Okay. We got at least got to finish this here. All right. So she thinks she's wait. Oh yeah, I didn't read that, right? She further explained these types of dreams started in high school. Can you guys is that is this whole time was it even close enough for you guys to follow along? Mm, no, I wanted to do hold on, two there. I've changed some. You guys can read it like that, right? Okay. All right. So yeah, so she further explained these type of dreams started in high school. She knew they were dreams and she would let those things happen in her dreams because she realized they were dreams. She advised she does not suffer from anxiety and denied prior life trauma other than divorced parents. She explained she was awake. You know what? Before I'm going to go to the bathroom before I get into this, let me play something. So at least when I wake up or when I get up, it kind of wake me up a little bit, give me a nice little boost of energy. But while I'm going to the bathroom, let me play something. 'Cause I did have some videos that before I got these documents that I was gonna play. Alright, hold on. My chairs make a lot of noise. So,
Begin
hold on. Yeah, I'll play this one. Okay, 4 minutes.
begin tonight.
Okay, perfect. Alright, hold on. I'll be right
Begin tonight.
guys. Get you this way you guys can all watch while I am going to the bathroom. Actually, I'm gonna get my phone and watch it with you guys. I had it on mute. Okay, hold on.
With what might just be perhaps the most breathtaking piece of news to come out of what's been a flood of case files and court papers in the Brian Kohberger Idaho saga. A possible answer to the burning questions that Kohberger would not answer and authorities seemingly couldn't find out. Why that house? Why those victims? Who among them, if any, were specifically marked for death? Page 3, paragraph B of a new document from the Idaho State Police describes an interview with a surviving roommate. That's what they say, a surviving roommate who, from everything we know at this point, must have been Dylan Mortensen. And I want to read it specifically for you. Sometime in the early morning hours, Redacted was awoken and opened her room door and heard a male say, quote, "It's okay, Kaylee. I'm here for you," and crying. She then shut the door a short while later. She opened her door again and saw someone approximately 5'10" tall, dressed in black with a ski mask, standing in the kitchen. This is absolutely stunning information. According to a surviving roommate, the killer, Brian Kohberger, used Kaylee Gonzalez's name before he ended her life. If that surviving roommate was right, he knew who Kaylee was. He knew where Kaylee lived. And it might just have been a targeted attack with Kaylee Gonzalez being the target, or at least one of the targets. Here's where I want to add some context, and it's important context. From the thousands of pages of case files that we have been reading since this crime was committed nearly 3 years ago, that surviving roommate, Dylan Mortensen, gave more than half a dozen interviews to the police after the murders. And while her story has remained really consistent, most of the answers that she gave about what she heard that night included hearing the words, "It's okay, I'm here to help you." "It's okay, I'm here to help you," without Kaylee's name attached. So this is the first time we're hearing that at least one of her statements to the police included hearing the killer saying Kaylee's name. There is also this from Washington State University, where Kohberger was teaching as an assistant. He was pursuing his PhD in criminology. And we knew that he was unbelievably unpopular there. We knew that there was friction, especially with the female students and the female colleagues he had. But in these new documents that we've been able to obtain, they're still not public, but News Nation has obtained them. In fact, Brian Enton, my colleague, who's been working doggedly on this story for the last almost 3 years, was able to get these. We're told that a criminology professor issued a stark warning to other professors and other supervisors, a warning that Brian Kohberger might just become a predator. And again, in these documents that our Brian Enton has been able to obtain, this is what this professor says. Kohberger is smart enough that in 4 years, we will have to give him a PhD. Mark my word, I work with predators. If we give him a PhD, that's the guy that in many years, when he is a professor, we will hear he is harassing, stalking, and sexually abusing. These were words that were spoken months before the murders.
Thank you for watching.
Okay. Oh, loud. Oh, let's finish. Read a little bit more. I don't know how much I want to go lot longer, but I don't know if my eyes are going to allow it, but I'll for sure finish this interview. Okay. Where did I leave off? Okay. So she was awakened. So she advised that she does not suffer from anxiety and denied prior life trauma other than divorced parents. Let me just take one sip of water before I start this. Okay. So she explained she was awakened to a noise sometime between 4 and 4:20. She was asked to explain the amount of alcohol she had consumed before going to bed, and she again explained while she was playing Rage Cage, which included the White Claws, part of blank board, and maybe 2 or 3 more drinks, White Claws, at blank's house. She denied drinking after she left the house. She advised she had been consuming the alcohol until approximately 1:15 to 1:30 a.m. on Sunday morning. She denied drinking any more alcohol after she and blank got back to her residence. So would it be Bethany? But no, because that wouldn't be big enough for that. Whoever the redacted name is. Okay. So we're right here. At 4:22 a.m., she confirmed this information by looking at the texted communication on a cell phone. She texted Kaylee asking her what's going on. She advised her phone said 5:22 a.m., which she advised would have been 4:22 a.m. Moscow time. What? Why wouldn't her phone adapt to whatever she's at? Well, I'm confused why it would say 5:22 if she was in Moscow. She advised around 4 a.m. or 4:20, she heard Kaylee singing and playing music. What? She heard she she heard who she believed Kaylee walking up the stairs, and she advised she heard Kaylee say someone's here, and she sounded frantic. She described Kaylee's tone as somewhere between talking and yelling. So, walking up the stairs, okay. She believed it was Kaylee who was walking up the stairs with Murphy. But the crazy thing is if she's walking up the stairs and she's saying someone's here, is somebody downstairs? And like, did she see somebody walk in? This is the part, like, when every time she describes this part where she says it's Kaylee walking up the stairs, and I know this part's gonna have more details than the other interviews that we've heard so far of hers, but I'm just having trouble understanding, is Kaylee hearing somebody come in the door? Is she seeing somebody come in the door? Now, after hearing this scenario, like this interview with Dylan, it makes me wonder, what if somebody was in the room with Xana and Ethan? What if he killed Xana and Ethan first, and that's why she knew somebody was there? And what if it was Kaylee, the one where we hear it, like, if he chases her, because she says she thinks it was Kaylee running down the stairs too because of her Doc Martens. I mean, I haven't read this. I was just listening to it, and we're gonna read it. It should be in this interview, I'm guessing. So, like, was it Kaylee running down the stairs? Or running from him, I should say. I'm so confused because this doesn't make sense. It confuses me even more. So, like, what if Kaylee like, it makes the whole scenario change. What if Kaylee was, like, running away from him, he was chasing her? What if she wasn't in that bedroom the whole time and, like, we thought? And what if she heard him because then she's like, she thinks he's saying, "Kaylee, I'm here for you. I'm here to help you," or something like that. What Ashley just said, now I'm gonna see it in words exactly what it says because I haven't got to actually read it myself. But you know what I'm saying? If that's what it says, it's like, what? And maybe, like, he came in and maybe Xana was in the kitchen. So maybe he did kill Ethan and Xana first, but not because they were the targets, but maybe he walked in and they were right in the kitchen, so he had to. I don't know. It's so confusing. All right. Who was a Fed? I just heard in a group that the judge talks about national security because he was a Fed. Who was a Fed? Okay, so where are we at? Yeah. So okay. So she believes it was Kaylee who was walking up the stairs with Murphy. She said she heard who she believed to be Kaylee running down the stairs. She advised Murphy was barking at this time. Unless if, what if the whole thing of, oh, somebody's here, what if she was going upstairs and she's seen some like he was in the room with Maddie and she's like, somebody's here, and Kaylee's the one that runs down backstairs and he chases Kaylee downstairs. I don't know. And then he's like telling her, Kaylee, I'm here for you. Cause he goes upstairs looking for Kaylee. Kaylee's not, maybe Kaylee's in the room talking to Xana and he goes upstairs looking for Kaylee. So when she goes upstairs, she hears, oh, somebody's up there. You could hear it. And then you see somebody's here and she runs down and then he chases her. Oh, Kaylee, I'm here for you. I don't know. Anyway, so so she said she believes it was Kaylee running down. She advised Murphy was barking at this time. And know that audio. What if that's Kaylee running down the stairs that we could hear yelling something? Ugh. Well, anyway, she advised she has been blank. She does not believe Murphy is normally a barker. She further stated she believed it was Kaylee who was running down the stairs after she heard her say someone is here. She further explained she does not know if she actually heard this or whether she was drunk or and did not actually hear any of this. She heard the footsteps of who she believed to be Kaylee. She explained all the girls were Doc Martens and that is what she believed. She was hearing Kaylee coming down the stairs wearing the Doc Martens because of the sound of the footsteps down the stairs. But if you're saying all of them wear Doc Martens, then how do you know it's her and not any of them? I don't know. Oh, she called blank at 4:19, then Xana at 4:20, Kaylee at 4:20, and then blank again at 4:20. So we must know the redacted one's gonna be Bethany because they don't redact anybody but any of the other ones, right? She advised Bethany told her about seeing fireworks. She texted Bethany last time at 4:27 before she went to Bethany's room. She explained that when she first opened the door and she said she did not see anyone. The second time she opened the door, she heard what she believed to be Kaylee crying and believed Kaylee was in the second floor bathroom. and she heard a male voice, which she stated she had never heard before, saying, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Wait, so we just heard that Ashley Banfield. I did play the video where she said that she says, "Kaylee, I'm gonna help you," right? And I expected it to be in this interview, so I haven't seen that yet. Because that's what they said she said, right? Unless if there's another interview with Dylan, but okay, let's see. It's okay, I'm gonna help you." She believed the unidentified male was in the bathroom and with the person who was crying. She believes it was Kaylee who was the one crying. She stated that now she has gathered additional information. She now believes it was probably Xana. But where is the whole thing where Ashley was saying that she actually says, "Kaylee, I'm here for you"? Is that even written anywhere? Let's see. Hold on. She believes it was Kaylee who was the one crying. She stated now with additional information, she believes it was probably Xana who was crying. At the moment of hearing the crying, she stated she believed it was Kaylee who was crying. She advised she knows the male's voice was not Ethan's voice. She described the last episode of the Vampire Diaries, and she remembered it has two males rescuing a female. She explained it was not violent. She advised the male figure in the last episode was wearing all black, but she explained that was normal for the series. She is not certain whether she heard Murphy barking during the first time she opened their door, but she advised it was possible he was barking. But Murphy was moving away from the house. Wow. Away from the house. So, huh. She described Murphy was a puppy and she had just met him in August. She could not describe Murphy as being skittish. She advised she opened and closed the door a total of 3 times. The 4th time is when she left her bedroom to go downstairs to Bethany's bedroom. She advised she continued to call and text her roommates, but received no answers. She provided the time she called and texted her roommates, and the time span she advised would have been between 4:20 to 4:27. She advised she never thought about an intruder in her mind. She stated she was not processing what was occurring as threatening. She advised she believed the male was directing his conversation of who she believed was Kaylee. She advised she did not believe the male was directing that statement to her. In discussing why the offender did not harm her, it was discussed that it was possible the male knew her and wanted to protect her. And oh God, the conspiracy, they're gonna go nuts over this. That Brian, innocent people, they're gonna go nuts over this. It drives me nuts. Because they freaking or they blame a lot of them, blame they think that the roommates are in on it and stuff. So, like, it's gonna go with their theory. I'm not saying that, I'm saying I could already tell how they're gonna twist this into it being like, "Yep, see, like, it was somebody she knew, it was a setup, and it was to protect her, and she knew it," and oh my god. I don't know why it makes me so angry because they're victims, and I feel really bad for them. Um, like, there's not a doubt in my mind that it's Brian. There really isn't. Like, I don't even have a doubt in my mind that he did this. Like, 100% in my mind, like, they got the right guy. I'm not even, like, doubtful at all anymore. Not even a little. Oh, okay. So, where yeah, now I see, and I even put on my thumbnail because before I got these things, I made the thumbnail, and like I said, I didn't get to read this before I did the live. I was gonna go over some of the videos that were coming out about this and about, just different stuff. So I made the thumbnail because I was gonna play the Ashley Banfield where she said I was gonna talk about where she said Kaylee. Um, and, and then, like, I got the documents and then I didn't really have time to read through them, but I figured I'm sure that's what it says because she read through the documents. So I don't know though, because in this one so far, it doesn't say it. Is there another interview that they say she says Kaylee? Because if not, I got to change my gosh darn thumbnail. I thought for sure because she was saying how she was going through the document. So I thought, okay, like I'm sure she knows how to comprehend documents if it says it or not. I don't know though. Like don't I'm not concluded yet because I haven't read it all, but okay. That's kind of a that kind of makes me like if it doesn't come out that that's said, that's like what the heck? Why did she say that? But let's see here. Um, where are we at? So she believed the mail was directed in the company. She believed it was Kaylee. She believed. Okay, so she understood it's possible she denied knowing who the suspect. Oh, okay. So in discussing why the offender did not harm her, it was discussed that it was possible the male knew her and wanted to protect her. And she said she understood that was possible, but she denied knowing who the suspect was. She further explained she Snapchatted Ethan, but received no answer from Ethan. She thought Ethan was still either at blank high or was at home. She was not certain. The third time she opened the door, she said her vision was blurry or fuzzy, but she advised she saw a figure of someone that was dressed in all black and they were masked and she was holding an item. He was holding an item of what she thought, what she initially perceived was a vacuum. But she said that did not make sense to her. She described the suspect as not being muscular, but being skinny and toned, like a basketball player. She further described him as being taller than her 5'10" frame by at least 3 inches, so he would have been 6 foot in height. She advised that he had to have heard her call Kaylee and Xana, and she thought he would have had to have heard her calling for them, and she was confused as to why he did not come to her room. She described the item that a suspect was holding, which she advised was like a cylinder, and she remembered a cop talking about a bow. So she was trying to ascertain if what she saw was in fact shaped like a bow. She further stated that she thought that maybe it was a firefighter because of what she told her about seeing a firecracker, what Bethany told her about seeing a firecracker. She advised he would have been approximately 3 feet away from her, and she believed she saw him walking out the back sliding glass door. He had looked at her before walking out the back door. Oh, okay. So, ugh. She was not certain if he could see her whole body or just her head. At 4:22 a.m., then then she corrected her time and stated at 4:23 a.m. She advised she texted Bethany and they conversed about someone wearing all black. Bethany said something to the effect of, "What the F? Why is Xana wearing all black?" And she explained she was not certain if she had been dreaming this or if it was real. She explained she saw the suspect holding something she believed to be cylinder shape and also shaped like a triangle at the bottom of the cylinder shape. Huh. She advised the suspect was approximately, or wait, oh, where I skipped it. Where did I just stick? Oh, here. Um, oh, it is. They repeated that. That's why. Okay. So she advised the suspect was approximately 3 feet from her, and he looked at her but was walking out the sliding door when she saw him. What? She said she saw his eyebrows, but I thought, like, in some of the interviews, she was saying he walked by her by the door, and that's when she seen him. But now she's saying he walked out the kitchen door, but then looked at her before he opened the sliding door? But see, the setup at the house It would be very odd for him to be walking past her, then I could see how he would look at her. But then if he's walking out the door, like, what, he turned to look at her? Because that'd be like an intentional, like, odd, like, if he's walking, then he turns around and look at her as, you know what I'm saying? Oh, weird. I don't know. But yeah, she saw his eyebrows. At approximately 4:23, she texted Blank to tell her that she saw a masked suspect in their house. She responded at 4:25, telling her to come to her room. So about she's telling Bethany she saw a masked suspect. Bethany's telling her to come to her room. It's better than being alone. She then left her bedroom after opening the fourth time and ran to the bedroom downstairs. She advised when she left her bedroom, she looked down the hallway to Xana's room and could see Xana lying on her back in her underwear, but she thought at the time Xana was passed out. She stated she never went into Xana's room and she could only see Xana from the hallway as she was running to get to Bethany's room. She advised she was too scared to go into Xana's room and she knew, oh, Bethany was awake and she knew to go there because she was scared. But she did say she didn't feel like there was a threat. Didn't feel like it was a threat or anything, but she was scared. She saw Xana was wearing her underwear and that she explained Xana was comfortable enough with roommates that she would wear her underwear around them. So this was not unusual. But she was wearing a shirt, right? Yeah, yeah. A shirt with Um, when asked about the lighting conditions inside the residence, she advised that possibly Xana's light was on or the party lights were on. And that is how she was able to see Xana, because otherwise she would not have been able to see her lying on the floor without any lights being on. She was not certain if the bathroom lights were on, but she was not certain what lights were on, if any. She advised Xana did not say anything. She stated she did not think anything was wrong. She later offered she may have been able to see Xana lying on the floor because they also had a Sensi light, and it could have been she was able to see Xana from the Sensi light. She explained that she has been trying to determine what was real from everything, and that she had been talking about Sergeant Blaker and myself. Wait, determine what was real from everything that she had been talking about with Sergeant Blaker and myself. She advised she knew the time with Blank, Kaylee, and Maddie were real because she has a video of them together. She was not certain how Blank got home that day. She further explained that she had been trying to piece things together because some of the things do not make sense to her. She stated that she is being truthful, but some of what she has been discussing, she is not certain is factual. She has been working through it to try to remember what happened. She was asked if the female who was crying was saying anything, and she advised no, the female was only crying and the male was the only one talking. Wow. She described the item and the suspect was holding was cylinder shape and was also triangular shape. She could not remember if the lights were on or off when she encountered the male suspect. She advised she does not know if this is even something she saw or it was something she dreamed. She advised the last time she saw Xana was at Blank's house at 11:04 p.m., confirmed this by checking her cell phone. Xana had been holding a white claw. She was at blank at 12:49 a.m. Last time she saw Xana was at Blank's house. I don't know. Huh. She was at Blank. She further advised Xana and Ethan did not stay at Ethan's house with any frequency because of Ethan's grades. He could not reside at the fraternity. He had his own apartment, but she does not know where his apartment is because she had never been there. She knows Kaylee and Maddie were home when she went to bed. And Blank and from when she saw Xana laying on the floor, she was not certain about whether Ethan was home. She advised she left blank and blank's house at approximately 12:49 a.m. to return home. Um, she stated she is certain at 3:11 a.m., which through discussion might have been 2:11 a.m. Moscow time. Blank, Kaylee, Maddie, and she were all in the house. She was not certain about Xana and Ethan because she does not know when they came home. She denied perceiving any threat, even after encountering the male in the hallway. She said there were people coming in and out of their house all the time. She denied remembering what his face looked like and said she could see that his head and mouth were covered, but she could see his eyebrows, and further advised she was not certain she could see his nose. Um, but when asked if she knew what a baklava was, balaclava, oh, baklava. That made me laugh. Oh my god. And she said, "That's me. I'm making myself laugh because I said it that way." And she said no. So I asked Sergeant Blaker to show her a picture of the balaclava. Balaclava. I don't even have to say that properly, to be honest. I didn't even know what that was until this came up and I looked it up. I don't know. Anyway, to show a picture of it, okay, from his cell phone. And upon looking at the picture of it, she said it could have been. That could have been it. She does not remember seeing his mouth or nose, but she could see his eyebrows. When asked if any of her roommates told her about prior incidents involving anything that concerned them, and she advised Kaylee had told them blank and other roommates about an incident a month prior when she was outside with Murphy about a subject who had been watching her. The subject was in the apartments above the girl's residence. She further explained that 2 to 3 weeks ago, while at Winco, Kaylee told her about a male subject who followed her home from the Winco store at all the way to Kaylee's car. Even when Kaylee went to leave, the subject was standing by Kaylee's car. What? Wow. Further explain that 2 or 3 weeks ago while in Is that the one they said they interviewed or they looked into it? Or wait, because hold on. The defense wanted to bring him up, the guy that in the store that they did end up talking to, and he is that the one that do you think that's the incident where he said he was gonna ask her for a number, or he just didn't get enough guts to talk to her? Is that the one? Because I'm wondering if, they heard about this incident, so then they went and found who is this person we gotta talk see, and then they interviewed him, and that's what he said? That's probably the same person, right? Oh. Um, but, the defense was gonna use that to their favor. Balaclava, okay, balaclava. Oh my god, guys, why is my eye so tired? Okay, so also 2 to 3 weeks ago, all the roommates went to Starbucks together, and when they got home, their front door was wide open. They do not believe it had been open when they left. She explained there were prior issues with the front door. So she said it was possible the door opened because there had been a snowstorm, and she explained possibly the wind caused the door to open. Also, when they got home, the washer was going, which she described was not unusual, but this also concerned her. She explained because of these things, they went to get Ethan's golf clubs to protect themselves when they searched the house. She explained weeks prior to the 13th, Kaylee told her roommates she heard a woman scream, but no one else heard it. Wow. Huh. She was asked if she was telling either Blaker or anything to prevent us from solving this, and she advised no, that she understood my question, and she advised that she knew she did not sleep through the whole incident because she has text communications and other things that she knows would have required her to be awake. She advised she knows what she heard, especially about hearing who she believed was Kaylee crying and the male voice telling her he was there for her. She stated again that she does not know how much of what she had been telling us was not factual because she's still processing the events. When asked why she believes she was spared after the male suspect saw her, she said she does not know why. She does not believe anyone ever tried to open her door during the time he was in the house, and he could have easily have done so. And why would he have passed by her room multiple times? She volunteered that she volunteered that to come through the sliding glass door, the person would have to have scaled a tall wall, which I didn't realize that. I wanted to go outside and to be able to like do like a see what the outside looks like. But guess what? Everything's blurred off the Google Maps, you just gotta have somebody go there and do a live. Oh no, they're not. Never mind. It's not there anymore. I didn't realize that he would have to jump over a fence where we saw those footprints, and if he went out the sliding door, need to find some past people that went and took. I know who did. Wait, no, he just did a video of the. Huh. I didn't know that. Oh, did you? Is that true? Am I understanding that right? All right, where did I just leave off? Okay, so she's saying, he could have easily done. Wait, trying to open the door the third time. Okay, so she volunteered to come through the sliding glass door. The person who would have had to have scaled a tall wall. I don't know if they went out the sliding door, I guess. She advised the suspect would have known her room would have been occupied because he appeared to have known the layout of the house. She also said it could have been someone who was in the house last year when other girls were living in the house. She advised there was no one she knows who would have wanted to hurt the girls, and the girls were loved by everyone. She said she had never heard even rumors which were negative about any of the victims. When asked about Kaylee's ex boyfriend, Blank advised the breakup was mutual and they have had their dog Murphy in common. And Blank comes to the residence and plays with Murphy, and he and Kaylee continued to be friends. When asked if they co parented Murphy, she said yes. Kaylee told her the relationship with Blank had run its course. Blank thought Blank had handled the breakup well because every time he came to their house, there did not seem to be an issue. She brought up the name Blank, but she mispronounced his last name during the interview as someone she and the others believed might be involved. But she was reluctant to say he was a suspect because she knows how damaging to his reputation that could be if he were not involved. She advised she was told by Blank, Xana's best friend, that Blank once punched a friend of theirs. Huh. In the stomach last year, but Blank did not know the circumstances as to why. Huh. Wait, she was told by. So Xana's best. You're saying Xana's best friend, was like kind of. Did it punched a friend in there in the stomach last year? Huh. Anyway, it says she advised that recently Kaylee started talking to Blank. And he seemed okay with that, or talking to somebody else, and then I think they're saying this stuff that's redacted is then that her ex Jack was okay with it, seemed okay with it. Okay. She had offered her DNA, so Dylan, um, so they took a swab. Um, she advised there might be difficult to locate the offender's DNA because they had conducted a deep clean of the residence leading up to the parents' weekend. When asked about when the deep clean of the residence occurred, it would have been before the weekend of the crimes. See, I think it would be, I think that would actually make it easier to find the, offender's DNA in the house, because otherwise it would be full of everybody's DNA, too much of it. But if they had just cleaned it and it was nice and clean, and then the murders happened after that, so actually be a better chance to find good DNA, I think. So I don't know, she probably just wasn't thinking correctly about it. Anyway, she was advised that there was evidence left in the residence and wait, she was advised there was evidence left in the residence and she sighed and said she was glad to hear there was evidence found at the scene. She explained her blank. This couple lines are all redacted. When asked if she'd be able to provide a description to police, a composite artist, she said she would not be able to describe enough of the subject to be helpful. She further advised the only thing she remembered about his face was that his eyebrows were bushy. She advised she was confused about why the offender would have taken the photo, taken the patio door out. Wait, what? Okay, so she advised she was confused about why the offender would have taken the patio door out of the residence because of the drop off from the patio. I gotta look at the outside. I mean, drop off. What other way would be better though? The front, I don't know. I don't see a drop off. I mean, if there is a fence and then you can't get out, that would be an issue. Anyway, when asked if she'd be able to provide a description to police, oh, I just read that. Oh my lordy. I just read that too. Drop. She advised she remembered that cars do come by the residence a lot, and that she was there. Sorry, and that she said there was a black truck driving past Blank's window, and she further said that she was not absolutely certain it was a black truck, but there was a vehicle that went by the residence, and she could see the lights, but she did not remember if the headlights were on. But what drew her attention to it was the red lights on the back of the truck, and when asked if she meant brake lights, she said yes. When asked what occurred after she went into Blank's bedroom, she said that they eventually fell asleep, and when she awakened, she was lying next to Blank in the, I'm sure, Bethany's bed. She advised a friend of theirs, Blank and Blank's mother, planning a memorial event that has helped her emotionally. She advised Blank is crying a lot over this, but she has not been crying and ugh. But she has not been crying, and Blank has explained to her why she has not been showing emotions. Okay, wait. Why are my eyes too tired, guys? I want to keep going, but yeah. I gotta finish this interview though. Oh, is that rain? I can't tell if it's raining. I feel like I just heard rain. I don't think it is though. How much? This has to be. No, we'll just finish it because I'm not gonna go mid-interview. There can't be much longer. Okay, so Corrected the attendance. Where did I leave off at, guys? Uh, yeah, no, I didn't read that yet. Okay. No, I didn't get there either. So, yeah, wait. When asked what occurred after she went into Blank's bedroom, she said they eventually fell asleep. And when she awakened, she was lying next to Bethany in Bethany's bed, right? She advised a friend of theirs, Blank and Blank's mother, are planning a memorial event and that has helped her emotionally. She advised Blank is crying a lot over this, but she has not been crying. Wait, but she has not been crying, and Blank Blank has explained to her why she has not been showing emotions. Oh, so she's probably saying Bethany's been crying a lot, but she hasn't. So she's explaining why she was explaining to her. Wait. She advised Blank is crying a lot of this, but she has not been crying. And Blank has explained to her why she has not been showing emotions. So she's probably like feeling like, oh my God. People probably wonder why I'm not crying and she's crying a bunch, but it's not because of this or that. Anyway, she explained Blank used the word disassociate to describe her emotions. Who used the word? I wish why it's so much rejected. Bethany, maybe? I don't know. She's like, is crying a lot. Anyway, when she awakened that morning, Blank was next to her in bed. They were both too scared to leave the room and to even go to the bathroom. She advised at approximately 11:23. She then corrected the time to 10:23. She said she texted Maddie asking her if she was up. At 11:29 Moscow time, she texted Kaylee, "Are you up?" Um, she could tell her Snapchats were not being read when she was texting them through Snapchat. She advised she called Blank, one of her closest friends, about what happened that night with the masked man. Um, she then explained when she reached out to Blank in the text message, which Blank told her was at 10:50 a.m., but she thinks Blank was mistaken. She told her she would send Blank to their house because of their concern about what had occurred during the night. Um, oh, okay. Where are we at? When Blank got to the house, which she described before noon, she's not certain if he came through an unlocked door or had to use a code to the front door to get into the residence. And when he got into the house, he asked about the location of the knife and she directed him to a knife. Wait, who are we talking about? Because they wouldn't even have known they needed a knife. How would he have known that until wait? When he got into the house, he asked about the location of a knife. He wouldn't have known if they're talking about Hunter, like, how he wouldn't even have known yet, right? Are they talking about, like, a first responder? I don't know. She advised she initially went upstairs from Blank bedroom with Blank, and she advised when she saw Xana and realized Xana had not moved since she saw her earlier, she was still thinking Xana was still passed out from being drunk. She then sent Blank downstairs. She advised Blank and Blank came over after Blank came to the house because she had asked him to come to the house. She advised that Blank then came downstairs and she could tell by his facial expression that he had seen something and that he told them to call 911. Blank was the one to call 911, and then Blank at one point said she was the one on the phone with police dispatch, and the dispatcher was asking her about a defibrillator. Oh, they told dispatch they were people unconscious and denied seeing Xana or any of the victims' bodies. She advised that they stayed in the house when the police arrived, and that the police were putting the tape up when they realized there had been a crime scene. And when they saw the ambulance arrive and leave, they told it that they would not leave unless there was no reason to stay. When they saw the ambulance arrive, I told them they would not leave until okay. She then advised the vandal alert came out, and that when they realized their friends were actually gone, and that's when they realized, okay, when they saw the vandal alert, then they realized, whoa, because I think it even said, like, even with at that point, nobody had went up and checked on a Kaylee or Maddie, so they found out about them through the alert and stuff, right? Um, she advised that they all realized there had actually been a murder committed in their residence. She said Kaylee had a balcony and she remembered looking at the pictures in the news, and Kaylee's curtains were all messed up. She thought the distance the balcony to the ground may have been too much and brought too much attention. That is how the suspect made entry into the house through Kaylee's bedroom. If that's how if that's how, they don't know, right? When asked if she checked the house for anyone else when she initially came home for the night with Blank, and she was asked if she had to unlock the front door, and she advised she believed she had to unlock the front door to get into the residence. She advised when she first got home, she remembered the sliding door was closed, but she did not know if it was locked. She advised that when she first got home, she went to Kaylee's bedroom to let Murphy out of Kaylee's room. And Kaylee's lights were on, and no one was in Kaylee's bedroom. Murphy came back into the house after going outside. Sergeant Blaker asked about the login user and username for the router, the Wi-Fi at the residence, and advised Kaylee was responsible for that bill. She further explained she nor Blank were responsible. They were responsible for the Wi-Fi bill because they had just moved into the residence in August. Oh, whoa. Blank had some follow-up questions for Blank outside of the interview, and as a result, the audio recording was turned off at 2:11 p.m. Oh my god, guys, I can't do it anymore, and I almost been on 5 hours. So we got 1 to 18. Let me see how many pages we have left on all. So we did 266 to 345 and 1 to 18. So let me see what we have left. So if we have how many pages are there? 556. I can't believe how tired my eyes are. It's like one of those things where my body's tired, but my mind, like, I don't want to sleep, but I got to. All right, I just want to see. Oh. All right. Wait, so we left off. So we go on to 819, really. Or no, 18. I get it. So we start at 19. Yeah. 19. Hold on. I'm just adding. So we said, forgot what that number was. Hold on. 5. No, I don't even know if. Whoa. I still have 458 pages to read. How is that? We didn't even read 100 pages in 4 hours. Well, I can't do it anymore. I keep falling asleep, guys, but we'll continue this tomorrow. I might do like a day live. What do you guys think? What is tomorrow? Saturday. Oh, perfect. How did this week already pass, guys? Where is time going? It was just last weekend. Oh, wow. Perfect. Day live on Saturday. We'll continue this. So this is going to take like 4 or 5, maybe 3 or 4 videos. Because if this is already 5 hours, and I'm going to continue, guys, though. I haven't even read it, so there might be like really interesting stuff. We'll just continue down the road here. You guys interested in it? I mean, are you following it? Are you guys actually listening and following it? Yeah. I would keep going if my eyes wouldn't keep falling asleep. Like I keep freaking falling asleep. Like it feels like I'm gonna, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm fighting it, and I could like feel my brain, like my mind, just like, oh my god, like I'm in between where I'm like almost gonna just pass out on you guys, and it's just, oh. Mm. Wait, what are you guys? Um, It wasn't though, Oliver. There was no, that's just like what some of these people, it wasn't a known drug house. I feel like a lot of people just started saying that, but there's no back it up. Maybe in the previous owners, but from everything I've seen so far, not these people, not like Kaylee or Maddie, not the people that died. Now it does look like Xana and Ethan like to party, but that doesn't mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, gosh, then you could have considered my college off campus a drug house. As many drugs went through there, but it wasn't. It was just like we all like to party. Yeah, we bought drugs. Yeah, we'd hook our, you know what I'm saying? But it wasn't considered. We weren't dealers or anything. And I bet you like ours was way more than what theirs was. It doesn't sound like Kaylee or Maddie were into drugs at all. Xana and Ethan like to party. That's, so no, I don't think there's anything besides people talking that backs up that these people living in there, this was a drug house with them living in there. Trust me, I know where it started. I mean, it started, but it doesn't mean it's true. And now that the more that I'm learning, I see like it's not. They're not. They didn't even. It doesn't even sound like Kaylee and Maddie really like to party. Like, I'm sure they tried things, but it doesn't sound like they're, like, regular. No. And they were, like, I think the main targets, but it sounds like Easton and Santa partied, but it doesn't make it a drug house, though. I don't know. I disagree that I don't feel like there's anything that is backing up it being a drug house. People, like, use partying doesn't make it a drug house. You know what I'm saying? Just because some people use drugs there for recreation doesn't make the house a drug house. Um, I don't know, but I know a lot of people think that. Um, I was thinking, like, the toxicology of, Maddie, and I thought that would shut down the whole drug talk, and, like, how everybody's like, "No, they didn't even like to." Maddie and Kaylee didn't. But, oh well, I know you'll still have people saying that. I feel like yeah, as the facts come out, it's showing it's not, but I guess we'll see. No, no, I'm gonna stay consistent. It's not a drug house. Yeah, they may have. I feel like even if they've all have done drugs in their life, doesn't mean that that house would be a drug house, though. Unless if I'm not understand when you say drug house, is it a house that, yeah, they like to party sometimes? And yeah, I guess you could call it a drug house. But I'm thinking when people say drug house, they mean that they're like sellers there. They're like drug dealers, and that's not. There's nothing that shows that confirms that there's, besides some YouTubers with their theories, but, like, there's nothing that proves that there's a drug house. I'm gonna have to disagree. I have not seen anything that confirms that besides the regular activity of college students that some like to party, some do once in a while, some recreationally. Um, and, a lot of the times you have friends, you party, like, yeah, you may get some for your friend and then, yeah, I'll get some, and then you give it, you know what I'm saying? But that's still not a drug house. It's just normal college life. Like, yeah, we'll get you, like, I'm gonna get some for us. So, like, oh yeah, I'll pick it up. I know the guy, so, like, well, I'll get you some, but that's still not like a drug house to me. But like I said, I don't know. Maybe people use those terms way looser than what I think a drug house is, but I think it was just a normal college house that was like the area where it was like, you know, sorority, a lot of the sororities. So yeah, hey, a lot of the kids went there, partied, had a lot of friends, they knew a lot of people. People would like to hang out there. You know, upperclassmen, they could get alcohol, so that house had parties, so they like some of the freshmen, sophomores, "Hey, did you go to college where, like, when I was a freshman in college where you're not of age, you would find, like, older houses, there'd be parties, it'd be like, and if depending on location and stuff, it'd be like, ooh, because 'cause they're old enough to have it and we're not, and, like, people would attract a certain, I don't know. It's just normal college to me, I feel like. I've been to many houses like that, and definitely weren't drug houses, or just college houses. But I know I'm not gonna change people's minds are they think that the whole whatchamacallit, cartel and stuff. I feel like, but I just disagree. My mind's always open if you guys could prove and show me, but I have not seen anything that points that. I've seen a lot of people talking, but no, a lot of just baseless stuff. But I know, trap house. No, it's just upperclassmen, kind of like sorority frat house type thing. Uh, Have you guys been, like, on college? 'Cause I say I'd lived the whole college experience and that's nah. I've been to plenty of those houses. My house could have probably been described just party. A lot of the people hung out at our house was one of the houses people hung out. Not a trap house, not a drug house, just party. For kids that like to party, and we knew, I don't know, they had friends and people were it was just one of the houses people come to. But that was like in the area where there was a lot of the sorority and fraternity. So that makes sense. Location is big too. Like where I went, there's certain locations that, if you live there, it was like more prime party location, but n- not what I feel like people are portraying as far as like it's like I don't know, like they're like drug dealers or something. No, they're just college kids. Um, even if there's cartels anywhere, it doesn't mean that that they were involved with the cartels. You probably find cartels in every city. Like, yeah, of course, I'm sure there's people that that have the connections in Idaho, but it doesn't mean that that house that they were this big cartel house that were connected to the cartels. I'm gonna have to disagree. But I mean, yeah, I'm sure there's cartels in Idaho. I'm sure you could find some in Ohio. There's everywhere. I mean, but it doesn't mean, I mean, there's probably more the more west you go, but it doesn't mean anything. There's a bunch of stuff everywhere. People everywhere. Um, I just don't believe that kids are like involved in these big cartels but I guess I think that after all yeah, after everything comes out and I go through it, I'm gonna move on because I feel like case closed. There's gonna be for years people are gonna stick on these theories about it not being Brian and stuff, and there's not a doubt in my mind we got that psycho. He is the man that did it. Yeah, Idaho will have bad people. Every city's gonna have bad people, drug dealers, people. I'm not saying Idaho doesn't have bad people. I'm talking about this specific murder is Brian Kohberger. He did it, and in my opinion, they got the guy, and I don't care. You could bring up 1,000 bad people in Idaho. It doesn't mean that this murder is anything to do with a cartel. I don't know. Oh, I can't wait to be done with this case after I'm interested in the documents and everything that comes out, but oh my god, I don't know. I feel like every case there's just this mm, man, I don't know. Anyway, I know, right, Marnie? It's it's a murder case. It's some psycho serial killer wannabe. Don't give him more meaning and more whatever than he is. It's a freaking nobody. Just like Kaylee's sister said, some nobody, not important, nothing, not some ordinary loser. Yes, I did, FBX. Oh, I wanted to play that. Yes, hold on. Did you guys see that? Yeah, there's that. So the guard freaking. So there's a video you could see at the end. So the guard was videoing the screen. So I know I was so confused. I was like, wait, somebody that the freaking video's moving. Like, what the heck? Because I thought it was just like a surveillance in the thing. And then the video, you could see it moving. And then I realized, oh, it's the guy videoing on his phone, the screen to the video of, there's a screen of, the people in the cells, and he's taking his phone and he's videoing it. Yes, dude. Hold on. Let's play that. I meant to go over that, but hold on. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know the cartels exist and stuff. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that I don't believe this case has anything to do with cartels. I believe that Brian is a psychopath, freaking ugh. But yeah, I'm sure there's cartels in every city, to be honest. I don't know. But I just don't believe one thing has anything to do with the other. And I don't think the girls have anything to do with. That's the biggest thing. I don't think that house and the roommates and Kaylee and Maddie and them had stuff to do with the cartels and involved in it. And it's like this big deep thing where they were like, owed all these cartels money, so they went and they had to kill him or anything like that. I absolutely do not think it's anything like that. But I know like those are some of the twisted theories that have been going around since day one. I just can't get on board with that. I really can't, and I'm pretty open-minded, but I'm just so sick of that. Just I don't know why that makes me very like, can't wait till all this stuff comes out so I can move on to another case because it's just making him like, I feel like it's just taking away, like it's giving Brian what he wants, like, "Ooh, let them wonder all this stuff, like, am I in this cartel or am I this important?" No, he's nobody. He's a freaking creepy nobody that has no importance. He has no power. He's a nobody with no friends. All he was some psycho guy that wanted to feel what it felt like to commit this crime. But I know there's some channels out there so I know there's like a big group of people that think that, and that's fine. It's just, I just can't get on board. I don't know why it just makes me so burn out from all this.
JLR investigates a new video.
Okay. Who was I'm trying to find the history because I found the one I wanted to play where you could see the guy actually videoing the screen. So it's like some guard freaking video it, and then I don't know who did he give it to upload it. Like, who was the first person to put it on YouTube? Did he sell it to a YouTuber, or like, how did it get on YouTube? Did he just post it or something? All right, hold on. I want to find. I'm trying to find the. I know I see some of it. I'm trying to find the one I watched. There's just that, no, like, people talking. I just wanna show you the video. I'm sure most of you guys have seen it. Isn't this my history? Oh, I forgot the shorts have a different history. They come up different because it's a short, right? I guess I can just search it. But it's crazy. Yeah, I wonder if more's gonna come out because if that guy video that. I bet he video more, right? I would think. Well, I gotta find it now here. eh, yes, I don't know. All right, hold on. Er, do I still have my screen? No, I don't even have my screen up. Okay, hold on. You can't find the one I wanted to play, but we'll just play this. He's got, oh, I thought I had it share. Oh my God, I thought I was sharing it. I swear I pushed share it and was up there for a minute. That was so weird. How did that do that? Hold on. Yeah, it's up there. Okay. Um, look how big his cell is though. Doesn't that look big? Maybe it's just the way that maybe it's not as big as it looks, but it looks pretty big from like that angle. Why it makes it look bigger than I thought. So he has, is that a trash bag? He's got, what kind of shoes does he even have on? Does he have red socks? And he's black pants? Oh, I guess they could buy commissary. They could wear other. That's right. They could get stuff. Crazy. He definitely has OCD. Like I recognize it. Not he's creepy. Don't get me wrong, but like that we I know he looks weird, but like some of that is his OCD. Like I feel like I probably look like that sometimes when I'm in my head with my OCD. Like how not that he's like I said, he's creepy. There's a whole new level, but right now what I see is OCD right here. And I'm not even referring to his cleaning his shoe. I'm referring to like right even here how he puts that up there. Okay. He stops and then he's like, he's probably thinking something in his head. Cause I mean, I suffer from it too. You're probably thinking something. Okay, we have to double check that. Like that right here is like what I see here is OCD because it's not, and not even like I said, the part of him cleaning the shoe, like just this weird behavior right here, where it's like he's probably thinking it's intrusive thought. Okay, he's got to look back up at it. Whatever he's got to do in his head and look up at that, whatever that is that's going on. Like, I don't know. I recognize it because I have it, and that's what I see right there. But I mean, he is a creep, but I mean, I see you could see the OCD right there. And a lot of people are like, what's he doing? That's so weird. It's like, no, it's probably a thought right there. He's got it like, okay, he put that up there, but there's probably something else that it's like, okay, wait. I don't even know how to explain it, but it sounds so stupid. And those are the people that know just know. Um, that's what it is. I mean, I guarantee he's thinking there's something that he's got the thought, and then he's got to like maybe look up a couple times, look up at it. Maybe he's like, oh, I don't know, whatever it is. But like, I recognize that. I do. It's crazy. It's real. Um, Idaho. Wait, what was the question? But also, I mean, the cleaning the shoe too, but I'm just saying, like, the unexpected or the not so, like, recognized thing. I feel like people that don't have it, maybe they don't understand that, but just, like, that looking, so I know it comes across as creepy, but that's something in his head that's going on that is just like, oh, I don't know. I feel like I look like that when I'm in my like, see that? That's OCD right there. I'm telling you, you got that in your head. It sucks. It really does. Oh, okay. Oh my God, I got a headache. All right, guys, I'm gonna go to bed. Now I'm like awake. It's that reading, dude. See, I guess I could just do more and play some videos and talk and stuff, but that reading, it's like it puts you in a trance. I was like fighting and now I'm like fine. It's crazy. Right, that's true. That's true. DJ Berserk. Oh, I don't want you to think I'm stick I mean, he's a creep. I cannot stand him. He's weird, but I'm just saying, like, people I had seen somebody saying, like, "What is he doing?" It's like, I recognize that too much. It's probably this intrusive thought where he's gotta I don't know. I can't even explain, like, because it's like it's so varies, like, whatever it is in his head that he has to do or look or thinking about, and I don't know, I can't say what it is, I could just recognize that that's what it is, I don't know. But let's go to these shoes, though. What kind of shoes are those? I'm so confused here. What do you guys know? It doesn't I've never seen. Oh, I'm trying to figure out the shoes. It sucks though, because look, I bet you his parents or whatever, I mean, they're probably giving him commissary. He's probably eating good, dressing good. He gets to wear whatever clothes because, but I don't think they have a lot of money, right? So they probably don't have a ton to give him, but I mean, they're gonna support him. Oh, I wanted to go over, like, some of this articles, not from these documents, but some of the other stuff. But oh well, there's much to go over still. About like his call to his mom and how that interview with those investigators where he's like he calls his mom or he's like, "Can we talk now?" She's like, I'll call later or we'll talk well, I don't know, whenever." And he's like, "Now?" Like he's so like needy and dependent on his mom and so I guess he talks to her every day. He used to, even I'm talking about well, I'm sure he still does, but like before the murders, he talked to her every day. Um, in a way where it was like dependency almost, but the way they described it. But let's see. So does he have red socks on though? Or something? Those are weird shoes. Huh. Those look like a clogs type, you know, like a rubber, like almost like Crocs or something, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, look, he has red socks, huh? Got a toilet paper, whole sink right there, huh? Jail is probably a nightmare for somebody with OC. Well, I don't know. 'Cause it has to be feel like dirty. I don't know. What does he have right here? More clothes or sheet? Oh, you got a roll of toilet paper down here. He's got those sandals. Got some clothes up here. Looks like his ID's right here. 2 cups. um, he's got his trash bag. I don't know what this is. Wonder what that is for. Huh. Um, there's gonna be more videos coming out, unless if this guy got reprimanded and fired for this. I don't know, but he had to have taped more than this. And like, where did he first release it? Like, who ended up getting it first? You know what I'm saying? I want to find.
Hey guys.
Oh, he has it too. I wanted to find the one I was watching where. Oh, this one's blurry. Mm, no, I can't. I want to do. Ugh, not sure you did. Okay. Man, the one I found that was like one of the first ones I watched yesterday. I can't find my history of the shorts. It's the only one that you could see like the end where you could see him on the screen. Like you could see the screen that he was recording from. It shows that last minute. I can't why am I everybody cuts it off their short for some reason. Mm, mm. No, why does that keep coming on? Ugh. All right, guys. Nope, I can't find it. Well, tomorrow I'm gonna probably just continue reading these, and I'll do a day live tomorrow, trying to continue reading these. Maybe I'll mix it with the videos I was gonna play today because maybe it'll keep me before I can't stay awake. I was gonna do that this time too, but time went so quick that I kept thinking like, "Oh, I'm gonna do it," and then all of a sudden it was like 4 hours later when the first time I like looked at the time and I was like, 4 hours. Whoa, that's like crazy. Oh, Oh yeah, look, this one, I don't know, but look how much you can see of the bed on this. So he's got a blanket. But this would have been before. Would this have been after he got transferred to prison, or is this when he was still in the jail? Or is this where he's gonna be now? Like this is his long-term cell? Like is this from prison? You know what I'm saying? Let me see if this is the one that I wanted. Huh. I hope more does come out. I wouldn't mind seeing what this. I don't know. Is this still prison or okay? Oh, some people are saying jail, some people are saying prison. I don't know. Because I'm curious, is this like where he's gonna be for a while? I know, like if he is in prison, it doesn't mean he'll never change cells. But if this is where after he got transferred, he'll probably be there for a while in that cell, I'm sure. But I don't know. I don't know. Aren't you guys curious, like how that came out? Like, did he just put it out like on his? Did this guard put it out like anonymously on a social media or on his social media? Did he sell it to somebody? Who was the first to put it out? I have no idea. Because I mean, I don't even know if YouTube would be the first. I mean, it could have came out on another platform first, you know? Hmm. I don't know. Oh well. Um, well, no, he had some orange jail suits on there. Just because he wore that in court doesn't mean like what they probably made him wear the original thing for the court. Doesn't mean if he had like the extra clothes that he could have changed into. You know what I'm saying? Because you did see some orange stuff folded. So that in itself doesn't convince me because just because we see him when he's out in public and court stuff in the typical jail doesn't mean because I don't think they would let him wear the other stuff out like for stuff like that. So I don't know. I'm hoping it's well either way because even if it was in jail, I'm sure the guy took more than just that video. So I feel like more is going to come out, or even if it's in prison, he might keep taking it. But I just wonder if he got in trouble or not. They might not even care, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? Like they might, even if they do, I don't know. Are they allowed to do that? Probably not. But like, I don't even know if they would even care that much. Well, he would be the one to complain about it. Think about it. Little baby complaining. He would freaking want like his parents are probably gonna tell him about it. He'll probably be like, no, they're freaking taping me and putting it all over social media. Oh my god. Yeah. All right, guys, I'm gonna go.